seat. We'd appreciate it.
The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Finance Operations Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It's 8:01 a.m. First item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented? Hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand as approved. Our next item on the agenda is a report from the Facilities Division Director, Ron Hudson, on the status of board-approved projects. Mr. Hudson, oh, you're already at the podium. Good. Please join us, as I say, and if you're ready, please begin.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Welch, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Mr. Collier, members. I would like to provide an update on the status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Michael Unit Roofing Project. This project is 52%. Contractor has completed work on 11 building, which is inmate housing, and has begun work on 10 building, which is the infirmary. Then they plan on moving to 4 building next, which is also an inmate housing area. Item number 2 is the Mumford Unit Roofing Project. This project is 99%. This project is construction complete. However, final payment is being reviewed at this time. Item number 3 is the Jester 3 Unit Roofing Project. This project is 85%. Contractor has completed H building, which is restrictive housing area, inmate housing, and building C, which is the education area. Contractor has moved to F building, which is the infirmary. Item number 4 is the Stringfellow Replace Roof Multiple Locations. This project is 1%. Pre-construction meeting has been held. Contractor is working on submittals. Item number 5 is the Holiday Unit Design Only Project to construct new training facility. This design only project is 90% complete. Item number 6 is the Holiday Unit to construct new training facility. This project is 1%. The contractor is continuing to work with the design firm and TBCJ, planning to break ground by the end of this year. Item number 7 is the Lynol Unit Design Only Project to make structural repairs to inmate housing, J1 through J4 dorms. This design only project is 45%. Second technical review has been completed. Item number 8 is the Ferguson project to construct water treatment plant. This project is 10%. Excavation and preparation of the water treatment site is ongoing. Item number 9 is the Terrell project to refurbish water tower water treatment plant. This project is 3%. Contingency plan has been approved and pre-work is ongoing in preparation of contractor mobilization. Item number 10 is the Conley Unit project to replace plumbing and controls in buildings 3, 4, 7, 10, and 11 buildings inmate housing. The contract award is pending. Item number 11 is the Conley project to replace plumbing and controls in 8, 12, 18, and 19 buildings inmate housing. The contract award is pending. Item number 12 is the Ellis Install Fire Alarm System project unit-wide. This project is 6%. The contractor is working on submittals. The laydown yard has been built and materials have begun to arrive. Item number 13 is the Ferguson Install Fire Alarm Systems project. This project is 7%. Contractor is working on submittals. The laydown yard has been built and materials have begun to arrive. Item number 14 is the Johnson Unit project to install emergency power in multiple locations. This project is 65%. 2 of the 4 pads are complete and operational. Contractor continues to work on the remaining 2 generator site pads. Item number 15 is the Beto Unit project to install HVAC in A, B, C, and D housing. This design-only project is 40%. The second technical review is ongoing. Item number 16 is the Michael Unit project to install HVAC efficiency upgrades to 12 building inmate housing. This project remains at 10%. The contractor has ordered the HVAC equipment and continues working on submittals. Item number 17 is the GIST unit project to install air conditioning systems in Building A. This project is complete. The board-approved program cost of this project was $1,204,800, and the estimated closeout cost of this project is $1,023,700, which is $181,099 under budget or 16% under program cost. Item number 18 is the Clements unit project to replace chiller systems 1, 2, and 3 in multiple locations. This project is 45%. Demo of the old HVAC equipment has been completed. All new HVAC equipment is on site and installation has begun. Item number 19 is the Michael Replace Clarifier Wastewater Treatment Plant. This project remains at 15%. Submittals for clarifier have been approved and forwarded to the manufacturer. Estimated delivery for the clarifier is January of 2025. Item number 20 is the Ramsey Unit Replace Region 3 Training Building. This project is 81%. Interior build-out is ongoing and scheduled to be completed by the end of this year. Item number 21 is the All-Red Unit project to install monitored pulse fence detection systems perimeter. This project is 1%. Materials have begun to arrive. Item number 22 is the McConnell Unit project to install monitored pulse fence detection systems. This project is 1%. Materials have begun to arrive. Item number 23 is the Robertson Unit project to install monitored pulse fence detection systems. This project is 6%. Materials have been received, contractor has mobilized and began work. Item number 24 is the Stiles Unit project to install monitored pulse fence detection systems. This project is complete. The board-approved program cost of this project was $5,432,700, and the estimated closeout cost of this is $4,214,045. $1,218,654 under program cost, or 23%. Item number 25 is the Wainwright Unit project to replace agricultural buildings number 4, and number 5 is the item number 26. Both of these are agricultural buildings. Both of these are at 1%. Demolition on the old ag buildings on both sites, and site preparation has begun. This concludes my project status update. I will stand by for any questions you may have on these projects.
Are there any questions from the board? Hearing none, I understand you have one more item for us.
Yes, sir. This morning, I have one project that I will be presenting on a new project. The project for consideration is the engineering design to install HVAC in inmate housing at the McConnell unit. The design work will consist of demolition of old air handlers and installation of new built in-place air handlers, constructing an enclosed central utility plant building outside of the perimeter fence to include cooling towers, water-cooled chillers, pumps, return water piping, underground electrical wiring, and a pad mount electrical transformer, electrical panels, and backup generators. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency will be connected to the emergency backup power. If approved, the work will be performed by Jacobs Engineering Group, Inc. out of Dallas, Texas. Jacobs Engineering is currently designing one of our 1,000-bed prototype units, which is the Stevenson unit currently, and that should be full designed by the 1st of November. The McConnell unit was built in 1992, which is 32 years. When that unit was built, it wasn't built with fully air-conditioned. The only building there that's inmate housing that is air-conditioned is the 12 building, which is 504 beds that are currently air-conditioned. There is a remaining 2,452 beds that are not air-conditioned, and this design work will be able to, in the future, be able to air-condition the remaining beds there at the McConnell unit. We have negotiated a design fee of $1,562,527, or a total estimated program cost of $2,422,700. This concludes my presentation on this, and I stand by for any questions on this project.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
That can't be the only special project you have under your belt, Mr. Hudson. What
Yes.
else do we have possibly coming down the pipe?
On the AC project, on the designs of what we have going on right now, you know, if you look at our AC website, you're going to see to the far right column on our website, there's going to be all of our projects that's in design, and it's going to be a little over 14,000 beds that we have in design right now. By the end of October, the 1st of November, we will have all of those projects fully designed and over in contracts and procurement for them to go ahead and proceed with the RFP process. So at that point, all of those will be in design, and we'll be moving forward with those 14,000 beds through the procurement process of moving forward with those. Yes, ma'am.
And just in terms of the overall, just follow-up question to the one that was just asked, where are we in terms of ultimately, once you roll out these air conditioning initiatives, what kind of total capacity, air conditioning capacity will we have?
Currently right now we're, just at a little over 46,000 beds right now. So when we add these 14,000 beds, that's going to even add more to that. So right now, when you look at our total unit, when you look at a total unit that's air conditioned right now, we have 32 units that are fully air conditioned. When we finished all these 14,000 beds, we're going to have over 44 units that will be fully air conditioned when we finish these 14,000 beds. This McConnell project is putting us a little bit ahead, so as the legislators might have a little bit more appetite for giving us more AC money, which we've asked for, I believe, right at 118,000 or 118 million through our LAR. So what this is going to be able to do of the McConnell unit, we have 10 of these units of our 2250 units of the McConnell unit are just like that. So this is the first phase of getting our 2250s air conditioned, fully air conditioned. So this is going to have, this is going to give the agency the ability to go ahead and put one of our 2250s in full design. So as we continue to get more money, we'll be able to fully air condition all 10 of those. So this is going to lay that plan out of the first 2250 of ours will be fully designed. So as we get money, we'll be able to move forward with those design projects and fully air condition the remaining 9 of our 2250s.
So if I understand what you're saying, I think I do, that by designing the AC to go into this particular 2250 unit, that's going to help make the process on other 2250 units more efficient.
Yes, sir.
And then do the good women and men working the front lines at McConnell know that AC is coming?
I believe they do.
All right.
Are there any other questions from the board?
So in essence, will be what, 50% air conditioned in terms of our units, or 45% when all this is done, or what?
When we finish these 14,000 beds, plus we're adding some, part of our plan is we're adding more beds into our all-red, into our styles unit. It was 492 there. We're also asking for some expansion dorms in the next LAR, so that'll add somewhere around 4,600 more air-conditioned beds. At that point, we'll be just a little over 50% done. Yes, 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 ma'am.
Are there any other questions? There being no further questions, I want to say thank you, Mr. Hudson. Great report. And at this point, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Finance Operations Committee is now adjourned.
Wait.
Oh, is there another item? Did I miss something? Say again?
There's an easement item on the agenda, number Roman 4.
Well, I do apologize, Mr. Lewis. I passed right by you. The last item is the Manufacturing Ag Business and Logistics MAL Division, which will be presented by the MAL Division Director, Bill Lewis. You're at the podium, and if you're ready, please begin. And I apologize because one-armed bandits like me can't turn the pages the way they're supposed to be. So.
Good morning, Mr. Wells, Mr. Collier, Chairman, Nicholas, board members. Today I have $1,896 rods, about 30 feet wide to transport natural gas liquids. If you'll look at the screen, if you'll direct your attention to the screen as noted by the red marker on the map, the requested acreage is located in the east or west portion of the property. Phillips 66 has agreed to pay $1,517,592 for the renewal of this easement for a 10-year term. Again, it's an 18-inch pipeline. It has 2 valve sites. No temporary workspace is being requested. This easement includes continued language requiring indemnification as the grantor's responsibility. most favored nations clause, and compensation was negotiated at the current geographical appraisal values. And as a side note, I have briefed at the question at the last board meeting about the escalation clauses in the current easements. Talked to the General Land Office, talked to the Land Commission. They do use the escalation clause in 30-year to 20-year actual terms. However, on small 10-year terms, they do not. They do on things such as billboards, cell phone towers, stuff like that. So I have briefed Mr. Fordyce on that, so if y'all have any questions, I stand available to answer.
Any questions from the board? And thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your work. And now, there being no further business of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Finance Operations Committee is now adjourned, and the time is 8:16.
Texas Board of Criminal Justice Community Corrections Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is now 8:17 a.m. on October the 11th, 2024. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Are there any amendments, objections to the proposed minutes as presented by anyone on the board? Okay, hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand approved. Next is a presentation on the future of community supervision. Community Justice Assistant Division Director Carrie Green will be presenting today, and Ms. Green is already at the podium ready for us. Thank you, Ms. Green. You may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Judge Johnson, Chairman, Mr. Collier, members of the committee, and then also members of the board. My name is Carrie Green. I am the Division Director of the Community Justice Assistance Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, which is basically adult probation. And really, this presentation is about a hopeful future. And that is the expectation that the future will be better and that we have the ability to make that happen. So to lay a foundation, when you look at probation, it is a decentralized system with approximately 380,000 people under supervision. Of that, 250,000 are felons, 126,000 are misdemeanants, and the probation departments receive approximately 65% of their budgets from state funding. They receive $319 million in formula and grant funding, but they also receive another $72 million, which goes directly to the Texas Employee Retirement System for health benefits. So really the CSCDs are able to benefit from state funding to the excess of $400 million. The probation departments collect approximately $140 million per fiscal year in supervision fees, and so it's a combination of state funding and supervision fees from which they have their budgets. Also, go ahead, Jenny. Also, looking at the system, the directors and the probation departments are created and appointed by the local criminal district court judges and the county court at law judges, which they serve. Those judges are also responsible for appointing a fiscal officer. They approve their budgets and their strategic plans. And then the probation departments are responsible for the day-to-day supervision of the probationers that are in their local communities. You know, using progressive sanctions, also using different risk assessments to determine the appropriate level of supervision, and differential supervision to ensure that they are making sure that we are really targeting the highest risk individuals within our communities. At the state level, we're responsible for oversight. So we promulgate standards. We also distribute funding. We are responsible for monitoring, fiscal monitoring, programmatic monitoring, and then we also prepare a number of reports. Based on probation, we provide technical assistance and then coordinate with the courts and the local stakeholders in order to make the probation departments more effective. So one of the things that we've been doing is we've been working to improve our monitoring processes of the probation departments. And what we found is in fiscal year 22 and 23, our diversion program evaluations had the probation departments with issues collecting and reporting data. The findings were consistent across the departments, and we found that our data definitions were actually used differently in the probation departments. And so we created a new process and we started doing data accuracy evaluations. We started our methodology at the beginning of fiscal year 24, and then we piloted those data accuracy evaluations in 5 departments before we took those statewide. We did have a learning curve for staff, as you can imagine. This was a new process, but also the staff took a lot longer with the probation chiefs because we wanted to be sure that the action plans and our recommendations were accurate, that they were meaningful, and also that they were defendable. Right? Because again, this was a new process for us. And what we found is that we had to increase our communication even within our sections of the division. And data accuracy, of course, is critical because we use that information for funding purposes, we use it for need identification, and then also for policy revision and clarification whenever it's necessary. And what we found is that placement and discharge dates weren't always accurate within the departments. We found that our data manual definitions were misinterpreted or sometimes even used incorrectly. And this is even though we do training on a regular basis on our data manual. And then we also found that there was inconsistent data application, but not only between CSCDs, sometimes within the same department. And so as a result of that, we have done technical assistance for a number of departments. We've implemented action plans for quite a few departments. The chiefs have said that it's been a little eye-opening for them as well. We created a data manual revision committee so that we could look at our data definitions and not just say, hey, this is what it is because we said this is what it is, but what makes sense? What makes sense from a pragmatic standpoint at the local level, but also what makes sense from a state standpoint from an accountability level. And so we made recommendations on that, and then we revised the data manual, and that was effective on September 1st. So it really has helped us to strengthen our communications within the division. And again, we try really hard to be a learning organization and to use data to improve our policy, but then also to direct all of our policy decisions. Okay. Additionally, we started right after COVID some supervision strategy pilots. We had 16 original pilot sites. 9 of those 16 were standalone programs, and then of those, we've done evaluations just of those programs, and 88% of those program participants are either still in the program or they've been successfully discharged. We'll continue to monitor those. The other ones actually made changes to the entire department, so they made pretty sweeping changes, and for that, we're going to do a more intensive recidivism study. An example is that one department doesn't really do performance evaluations anymore. Now they do quarterly reflection with each of their staff. A supervisor does that. Also, they award community service restitution. Many people are ordered to do community service within the community, but they do community service restitution and award credit if someone gets their physical, if they get the flu shot, if they go to the dentist, because a lot of times the population that we work with hasn't always worked on their health, so they really want to encourage that. They also started focus groups with the individuals that they're supervising, and what they found is that people were really able to help each other as a support group with recommendations in how to be more successful on probation. But then also they've brought in special speakers to some of those focus groups as well. And then what they do for that hour and a half of participation, and actually has to be active participation, they will award 5 service hours credit. So, a number of things that have happened. Again, instead of issuing warrants, they're issuing summonses, trying to keep people out of jail, and so we'll continue to monitor that as we move forward. Also, our workforce has changed, very similar. Go ahead, Jenny. Our workforce has changed, very similar to, other divisions within the agency, and, even in other career paths. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to change our monitoring practices to really help us leverage the resources that we have within the division. I can say that our monitoring practices have evolved for at least the last 15 years. And we've continued to do that because we know that we need to see improvements as we move along the way. Society changes, our population changes. I mean, we have to technology changes, so we have to figure out how to move along with the times. And prior to fiscal year 22, we really followed the money. And that was at the recommendation of the state auditor's office. They did training that was specialized for our division on a risk analysis plan. And they said, follow the money. So we weighted how much state money the probation departments got, how much grant money they got, how many funding lines where they received the funding, and that's what we did. Well, then we started to change it a little bit and to look at things that were specific to some of these departments, because you could have a smaller department that was really going through chaos because of issues maybe with the director. And so then we weighted it for our likelihood objectives, and that's what we started doing in fiscal year 22 and 23. At that time, we always had our field services section that was responsible for our evaluations across the board of the probation departments. But now what we've done is we've essentially changed our risk analysis plan into a CACD monitoring plan. And so it's not just the responsibility of our field services section. Now it is the responsibility of budget, of fiscal, also of research. And so wherever that department is having issues, that will be the section that takes the lead and helps drive whatever the monitoring practices are for that particular department. And what we found is that it really has increased ownership for our staff, instead of just passing off scores so that one section could go do all of the monitoring. Now everyone is responsible for participating in that process, and then they meet quarterly to make sure that plan is updated for the probation departments. I asked our staff, I said, how would you really describe this new process that we've started? And the 3 words that kept coming up were that it's deliberate, it's efficient, and it's intentional. And so we'll continue to do that as we move forward. As we find the risk, that's what we'll follow. We'll follow the risk. Finally, where are we going? Truly believe that continual process improvement is about leveraging your resources. About 6 years ago, we created a fidelity operations position, which just goes in to make sure that we are doing what we say we're going to be doing. And that's what fidelity is about, making sure that a program is implemented the way it is designed to be implemented. So we've expanded actually that unit, and they've been working to go through a number of processes that we have at the division. Also, for the probation departments, we've created the Helping Employees at Risk Team, HEART, which is very similar to CRISP, which is the Crisis Response Intervention Support Program that the agency has. And I'd like to thank Angie McCowan for doing specialized training for the probation department so that we could really kick off and get this HEART program underway. We also have a DWI probation pilot project that's at the East Texas Treatment Facility. And there are 4 other divisions that worked with us on this. You definitely cannot work in a silo within this agency. We're all very interconnected. 56 beds as part of that pilot. Responsivity specialists, that's going to be another big push that we start to do. We've always focused on risk and needs and kind of put responsivity off on the side. Responsivity are the barriers that prevent people from being successful on supervision. So it could be housing, transportation. And what we have learned is that actually you need to do responsivity issues first. You have to take care of those basics before people can really focus on, the programming and the treatment that they need. So we'll be looking at responsivity specialists and have already started a couple of those in the field. We're also doing a special grant condition, a review and evaluation to make sure that our grant conditions are based on public published studies, and also testing to ensure that they are actually working. And then finally, continuing to look at how programs are implemented. With implementation science, you look at building capacity and building resiliency, and that's what we want to do within the probation departments. So probation is, go ahead, Jenny, is a decentralized system. And because we have so many external stakeholders, we have many external decision makers, it is really imperative that we, recognize trends, that we seek innovation, but also that we embrace change. And that means that you make people feel like they are valued, that their work is meaningful, and when we do these things, then I know that CJAD and also our agency, we will be able to lead this part of the system into a hopeful future. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. We appreciate that. Just a couple of questions, and I know the board members may have some too. We are responsible for the oversight and the monitoring, but these local judges believe these are my probationers and hands off, go, I won't say what they might say, but I know what some of them have said. So how do we do that? Help the board understand, how do we work together, coordinate all of that? Because judges feel, no, you're my probation officer, and this is what I want you to do, and you better do it, and if you don't do it, I'm gonna get you fired. I mean, we've had judges say those kinds of things. So how do we work together so they'll know it's a team effort? It's not about you and I, you, that sort of thing, but it's a team effort to make certain that we produce an effective product and people who are really changing and rehabilitating. So help us with that.
Thank you, Judge Johnson. That's actually an excellent question, and I have to say that it is a delicate balance.
Yes.
When we are working with the judges, as you know. But it's very important for the probation chiefs, and then also as a division, that we educate our judiciary on what their responsibilities are. Because whenever they step outside of those responsibilities that I outlined on the previous slide, then they are actually compromising their judicial immunity. Mm-hmm. So as soon as they start to get into those day-to-day decisions on, this is who I want you to hire, this is who I want in my court, I want this person disciplined, they are stepping outside of their lawful authority, and again, they're compromising that judicial immunity. And so,
how do you delicately let them know that?
Well, what you do is you sit down and you have a conversation and you talk about your purpose, and that part of your purpose is to protect them, and that is part of your job. And so you have a responsibility to bring these things to their attention. And it really has to be an upfront and frank conversation. I know a number of chiefs that have done it. I have done it. You have some people that are definitely more open to hearing that message than you do others. But if that doesn't work, then there are some resources I know at the Texas Center for the Judiciary who we've contacted. One of our Judicial Advisory Council members is on the curriculum board for the Texas Center for the Judiciary. And so we've taken an opportunity to emphasize areas where we are having difficulty so that can be shared with the judges.
Okay, sounds great. Molly, did you have a question? Because I had a couple more I want you to get in.
Carrie, what do you see as what are our overall issues in the future? What is CJAD's? What worries you or keeps you up at night about what's going on out there?
Well, that's a good question. Put me on the spot here, Judge Johnson.
All right, well, you can think about it.
No. I think it really is getting people on the train and moving them down the tracks, because you are going to have people who lag behind. Even after COVID, we made changes to the state standards. At our division, we were doing virtual meetings, and we were doing remote evaluations more than a decade ago. And so COVID forced us to expand that to televisits and to look at our contact standards and what could still be efficient and could work within public safety realm, but would help the departments leverage resources as well. But we still have some departments that just go back to the way that they've always done things, even where they're seeing low-risk individuals every single month, or we have departments that are, continuing to drug test individuals that don't have a history of, positive UAs, they don't have a history of drug use, and so it's not an efficient use of our resources. And so I think that's a big challenge for us. The other thing is that we have had quite a bit of turnover with our probation chiefs, and we probably have about 70, within the next 2 years, we'll have 75 to 80% of our probation chiefs that have less than 5 years of experience.
Wow.
And so, again, that's a developmental issue. We continue to work on that through our summit and a number of different leadership programs as well.
There's no such thing as putting you on the spot, so I'm asking you. Okay, one more quick question.
Go ahead.
You knew we'd have some things for you. A lot of judges, philosophy changes. We all know that. Often changes for the better, but can make things interesting, I think, for probation. Have you noticed a statewide impact or a statewide move toward putting people repeatedly on probation for a state jail felony, do fine for 6 months, pick up another one, get another probation, go to Safe P, run off during the aftercare, get another case, get another probation, go to Safe P again. All these things keep piling up, and you end up with people that are on multiple probations who attend programs many times, a number of times. Does that impact some of the other places that are looking for beds or things like that?
And that's especially in Dallas, Houston, and probably Austin.
Yes, ma'am.
You may not find that in some
Not
of the other
really, not
counties.
really in Travis County,
Right.
but it definitely is in our two mega departments, Houston and Dallas. But it's not just straight probation. It's also deferred adjudication. It's
Yeah.
also pretrial diversion. It's
Yes.
also bond. So
Yeah.
it's really been a revolving door
Right.
for all of those populations. And what we have seen is that our previous, deferred adjudication population is now really our pretrial diversion population. And so the population that we have under supervision is a higher risk, it's higher need, much higher need than what we've had in the past. But I can say that if we can keep people out of prison because they need help and we're not scared of them, and it's, they have issues maybe around substance use or criminal thinking, then we're really doing, I think, the system and those individuals a favor. And when you look at treatment modalities, sometimes you will go through multiple times before it finally sticks. And then people are like, okay, this is the path I want to be on. And, research has shown that individuals who are court-ordered into treatment do just as well, if not better, than people who go in voluntarily.
Yeah.
So I think it's just important to keep those things in mind. But yes, we have seen that across the state.
And I agree with that philosophy.
Yes, you may. I'm sorry, Mr.
So,
Chairman.
first of all, outstanding presentation.
Thank you.
And I hope that everyone, I know everyone in the room is feeling this, but I hope people are watching this and know how vitally important you are to the administration of this system in Texas, and how important it is to foster the kinds of relationships that only judges can ask about, but also with our valued community supervision and correction department partners. But I know our time is limited today, but I would like, just based on your great presentation, I think the board would appreciate getting some more information on trends.
Okay.
In terms of the total numbers of folks who are under probation supervision, trends in terms of the what you talked about in terms of revocation warrants, and then also you've had some great discussion about best practices, and I know it may be jumping the gun a little bit on the 2030 plan, but just kind of give the board some information on how we are, and fully understanding that in the great state of Texas, one size does not fit all, and what may work for a large urban department may not work for a local department. Fully understanding that, kind of how we're doing on rolling out the best practices in areas like contact standards and other department efficiencies, because sometimes I find that, and I'm just speaking this out loud, that sometimes departments, sometimes the hesitance for change is because somehow departments are worried that if they do change, and if something unfortunate happens, then somebody may question them. So this may be an issue where, just speaking out loud, that there may be a need for some legislative initiatives to help make sure everyone around the state understands that these are the best practices. And then also, I would encourage you all to think about going to those judges' schools as often as you can and talking about what's going on, because I think the more information we get out about the great initiatives, the better off we'll all be. But thank you so much for your work, and we look forward to those updates.
I had one last question. Do we have enough time for that, Mr. Chairman?
Of course.
Oh, okay, great. I'm concerned about the money. We collect 140 million in fees. How much do we lose annually when our judges cut those fees? Have we analyzed that? Because we do that constantly. Probably we would have, you say 140 million, we would probably have close to 250 million if we didn't cut them as much.
Well, Judge, we don't have that analysis at the state level, because we don't get the information that how the court is assessing ability to pay, and then the decisions that they make around ability to pay. And I'm not even sure in some cases that the departments would have all of that, because the chiefs can tell you, well, this is how many people I have under supervision, and this is the potential that I could collect, and this is what I collect. They can tell you that delta, but I'm not sure that they really keep stats on how many times then do judges waive supervision fees, or they reduce supervision fees, or I think that would be difficult to get. I know we don't have it at the state level, but I can check with a couple of our departments and see if they might track that.
But I'm assuming we do need more money. If we had more money, we would be able to spend it. Is that correct?
I think everyone needs more money, Judge Johnson. I do believe that.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Johnson, just one other comment too, and I forgot to make it earlier, but I think it was clear from your presentation that that this overall theme of the way that CJAD is running its operations is that it is not strictly a top-down relationship with these local departments. I really appreciate the fact that you all are taking input from those departments in terms of best practices and trying to help CJAD streamline its operation. It's not, this is a state way or the highway. And I just want to make sure that was clear, that I think all of us on the board appreciate the fact that it's very much a partnership, very much a give and take, and I think a lot of us on this board would feel like that's a model that the state should employ more often, to make sure that we're not just imposing state requirements, because that's the way that it's always been done. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other questions? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Green. Excellent presentation.
Thank
We so
you.
appreciate you. Yes. Okay, there being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Community Corrections Committee is now adjourned, and it is now 8:44 a.m. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that too loud? Oh.
Only to me.
Howdy. It's very difficult to follow Judge Johnson's chairmanship of a committee, but I'm trying my best. The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Correctional Institutions Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Opening Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is, according to Judge Francis's phone, it's 8:45. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented? Hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand approved. Our next item on the agenda is an update from the Correctional Institutions Division. Presenting today will be CID Deputy Division Directors Rich Babcock, Eric Guerrero, and Miguel Martinez. Will you please join us at the podium? If you are ready, please proceed.
Yes, sir, and from the three of us, good morning, Ambassador, Chairman, Mr. Collier, and members of the board. Last year, Mr. Lumpkin presented on contraband, on the illicit drugs and the violence within our prisons. This year, we want to talk about contraband 1 year later. On September the 5th of 2023, we initiated a statewide lockdown of all our prisons across the state. And that lockdown lasted for about 6 weeks and ended on October the 18th. And the focus of that shakedown was to remove the contraband we have on our facilities. And our search conducted on those facilities was of the inmate housing areas, of the inmate population, the departments on the facility, and even areas outside of the facility. During that statewide lockdown, there were several items that we found on multiple facilities. Alcohol, over 74 gallons of alcohol throughout the facilities. Cell phones during the lockdown only, 588 cell phones that we found. Weapons, over 587 statewide, and so on. And Mr. Martinez will talk about that shortly. But this lockdown was a good morale boost for the staff because they knew we were doing something to help them fight the contraband, that they knew that we have their back. We had staff from all over the state helping, from regional search teams, from the regional office helping with the searches, gathering staff from other facilities to help those short-staffed facilities to get these searches conducted. And I think moving forward, we all know that we still conduct searches during our semi-annual searches, our quarterly searches in restrictive housing, and anytime we have an incident, we have a search conducted in that facility in that specific area. So we continue to fight contraband and looking forward to presenting the rest of this presentation. Mr. Martinez?
As Mr. Guerrero said, good morning. We continued on contraband incidents. We continue to monitor several items, which is cell phones, money, tobacco, marijuana, illegal drugs, weapons, and K2. As you see on the slide here this morning, most of our fines have decreased in the last year, ever since that lockdown, with the exception of some of the weapons that have gone up. Weapons could include anywhere from sharpened objects, razors, and a lot of incidents include fan motors that are being used by inmates to use as weapons, and we're continuing to control that and monitor the fans, although because of the heat restrictions and so forth, we have to allow them to continue with those fans until they break them and we pick them up. Some of those decreases include money, marijuana, and K2. As you know, money is no longer in use because of the Cash App and Venmo and other avenues that are being tracked. On the next slide, we'll continue to look at some of the decreases that are happening, to include overdose deaths, homicides. As you can see on the arrest of the employees, with the assistance of Fusion and OIG, our arrests have increased this year, which I hate to say it, but with the arrests going up, we're doing some control of contraband and allowing us to let employees know, as well as civilians and contract employees and visitors know, that we're not going to tolerate introduction of contraband into our facilities. So that's going to increase an arrest as it has. As you notice, also the increase on Narcan administration, our staff, through education and confidence in being able to use that Narcan. This year, we're utilizing more. We have allowed our staff to make that decision to know that not only are they acting as first responders, other than being correctional staff, and aiding these inmates, whether it be for a seizure or a medical episode or a drug abuse situation, our staff know through education to utilize that. Unfortunately, inmates have found every single way to utilize contraband and soaking paper, whether it's introduced or they're utilizing anything as far as pest control that they're soaking this paper. Inmates are just finding any way to use drugs, and Narcan will be utilized at that time. On the next slide, you can still see that some of the items that we found after the contraband shakedown last year are still some of the same ways that are introducing this contraband in way of baggies and cell phones and other items and so forth. So we appreciate that. I know that the next slide is going to be Mr. Guerrero coming back up and discussing still the mailroom discoveries, and with that, I'll give the floor to him. Thank you.
Last year, when we initiated the statewide lockdown, one thing we also did was ensure that all correspondence was moved to the Digital Mail Processing Center in Dallas-Fort Worth. And that has helped significantly in the mailroom departments on tracking any type of substance that was coming in. When we had all the mail coming to the facility, you see on the screen that just the canine alerts and suspicious mail was almost 12,000 for calendar year 2023. When we moved to the model of having all general correspondence moved to the Digital Mail Processing Center, we saw that significantly decrease to 2,438. So we still have correspondence going to the facilities, the pamphlets from religious people. Also, we have legal mail that's coming to the facilities through the mailroom department. But that alone, we saw that the significant amount of canine alerts has went down by going to the Digital Mail Processing Center. As y'all know, the correspondent goes there, it gets scanned, uploaded into the inmate tablets. If the inmates do not have tablets, it goes to a bucket in the mailroom department. They'll screen that correspondence and then give it to the inmate population. So that has helped out significantly to go to the Digital Mail Processing Center statewide. Next screen. Also, one thing that we purchased this past year, and thank you for the money for this, the RaySecure equipment. We have 87 RaySecure equipment on the facilities statewide. If there's a complex, you would have one equipment for both facilities. And if it's a small facility, you might have to go to a nearby facility to send any type of correspondence that is received at the facility to see if there's any type of chemical that comes up on the screen. So this has worked significantly for the mailroom staff. We have a designated mailroom supervisor that is responsible for this equipment. And if there's something that looks like there's going to be some chemical, that's immediately removed and tested and not delivered to the inmate at that time. So thank you for allowing us to purchase those items. And next we'll have Mr. Babcock.
Good morning. Coming from the effort that has been made in the last year, we have gathered the stats on controlled substance testing. And if you follow the slide, you'll see that we increased surveillance through our controlled substance testing, resulting in the 2,246 positive results. When we realized that the controlled substance testing and increasing that increased surveillance and an increased fear of detection among the inmates, and it was a very positive learning that we went through. We've since increased that at several trustee camps that were known for introduction of contraband, and those trustee camps, when they're under that intense surveillance of the drug testing, the contraband gets reduced on the entire facility as well. Next slide, please. Through this year, we've identified many other ways to increase surveillance, and this is a few of the resources that we've added. The millimeter wave and X-ray body scanning technology will be implemented on the top 23 facilities in the agency. Those that have an ECB, which there's 5 of those, will have 2 of the X-ray machines. One will be at the ECB, the other one will be located in the rear of the facility. The wardens will have the latitude and the flexibility to use those machines for, we can take an employee back and use X-ray if we need to maybe circumvent a search, a strip search. And then and we can also take an inmate up and use them on the millimeter wave machine. So it gives the wardens more flexibility, more tools to continue to fight the contraband. The Digital Mail Processing Center, which Eric just went over, as he said, it started on September 6, 2023. We have the 87 race secure machines. This started with a pilot of 10 units that went for nearly 90 days, and it ended on September 6, 2023. And we implemented it statewide because of the success that we were seeing. We've scanned about 406,000 pieces of mail from January of 24 to date. Next slide. Well, no, I'm sorry. Body-worn cameras. So we have received funding, and again, thank you for the effort that went forth to get us the funding for that. And we sought out body-worn cameras for the agency. And through that process, the award went to Axon. And we received 12,951 cameras. Those would be put out on the top 23 facilities. And currently we have Polensky, Wainwright, Skyview, and Scott have been issued, and those have been distributed out. And what we're learning is it's another form of surveillance. The inmates they know the camera's on, so they will behave because the camera is on. It's powerful. We're also learning, as early as yet just last night, the body-worn cameras are getting us the clear picture that we've always sought to have, that you can see everything and you can hear everything. Very effective tool. It's going to be instrumental in the cultural change that we are all pushing for. The tablets. We pushed out tablets to the G5 custody. The effort was to try to slow down contraband cell phones. We thought if we gave them the means to contact their family and to communicate, and then to give them something to keep them active and engaged in learning, to kind of augment out of cell time. And that has proven to be effective, but we have also, we're also looking at the trends of them being altered and used for malicious intent. Now the next slide, please. Liquid restrictions. So it came to our attention, before the lockdown was enacted, that we had a lot of liquids that were coming into the facility as K2. Water bottles were filled with K2 liquid. We had reports of chapstick, hand sanitizer, any form of liquid that we were allowing in was subject to being K2 and used for to transfer it to paper and then tear the paper and smoke it or do whatever. So we implemented a statewide restriction on liquid. That was, excuse me, that was done on September 9th, 2023. And then we also updated SM 2.01 and other policies related to make sure that it was in policy, that this is our organizational behavior moving forward. Cell phone detection. I'll go back to liquids real quick. There was also a multi-division effort because we took the ability for our employees to bring liquid in, like drinking water or sodas or whatnot. So there was a multi-divisional effort to get bottled water there in abundance of it, under ice chests and hand sanitizer. And there was many other things that were added into that just so we could support those employees. Cell phone detection. Cell phone detection, It's chiefly, we have the systems at McConnell and Stiles, and then we have these mobile assessments. The systems, just in July alone, they detected 118 unique mobile devices. The mobile assessments statewide since January 24 detected 1,128 devices. The mobile assessments has been an incredible tool that it's mobile, it's portable, we can take it anywhere we need to, and we can lock phones. The drone detection, we had three pilot sites, and that was Memorial, Stiles, and Michael. During that trial period, we were able, at the Michael unit detected drones, 3 drones that went to Beto, and there was contraband discovered when we reacted to those drones. At the Stiles unit, we were able to track drones going to the BOP prison there. At the BOP prison, we notified them, and they were also able to track, to intercept contraband there at that prison. So we know it's effective. That project has ended, and we're going to be looking for funding for that. Flashlights and gloves, we have issued 32,400 flashlights and gloves. These are equipment that's given to the employee. It's theirs to keep, and it is another morale booster that has really increased just the camaraderie, the morale, the safety of those officers out there. They're quick to show you and eager to show you those flashlights and gloves. And with that, that concludes this presentation. And I think before the presentation's concluded, we really need to recognize all the other divisions that have had an effort in this. The communication between divisions about contraband, from MAL to facilities, from parole, OIG's efforts have been, God bless OIG for what they're doing out there, even chaplaincy. The other divisions are so instrumental because the communication piece, that it's making us more effective. We are growing, we are learning, and we are getting better. Thank you. We stand for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Is there a process of disposing seized items? For example, how do you get rid of 74 gallons of alcohol?
Well, we're going to notify OIG, and if they want it as evidence, they're going to take it. And alcohol is typically not needed for evidence. If OIG is not interested in it, then we are going to take it off the facility and dump it out somewhere, and then dispose of the containers appropriately.
So you cannot reuse it, like for cooking purposes or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. I like to coordinate my schedule to be there when you do the process of screening, because I never seen it before. So maybe we can coordinate something like that if it's doable.
Process of what, sir?
The process of screening things, when you look at the items that are coming in.
Yes, sir.
Yes, maybe in one of my next visit, we can make it happen. Is
Yes,
it
sir.
doable?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Any other question, Mr. Chairman?
Just very briefly, thank you, Ambassador. Great presentation. Really appreciate the information, and kind of my general takeaway from this is that that the lockdown of last year served the purposes that were intended. And I think all of us as board members, when we go out to units, hopefully we're not projecting, but I know I can feel it. I don't know if other members of the board feel the same way, that it has made a difference in terms of, and just anecdotal feedback from talking with members of the population, talking with correctional staff. I think that's been borne out. So really appreciate all of the efforts. Obviously, another takeaway is that we still have, and I'm sure you all would agree, that we still have some work to do on the inmate self-harm front. And I know that we can't do it today, but obviously I think the board would like an update at some point about the inmate self-harm initiatives that are being rolled out across the system. So would certainly ask for you all to think about that. And then just a quick question. When we're talking about the cell phone interdiction, jamming, the drone detection, I'll turn it over to you, but also maybe to Mr. Collier. Are we still at the point, and I appreciate Mr. Babcock, you raising the fact that we were able to help one of our federal facilities on this, okay? So my question is, you know what's coming. Do we still need some help from federal authorities to make sure that we've got all the tools that we need and can deploy to make sure that we're doing the very best we can to limit the use of contraband cell phones and also the potential scourge of drone interaction with our units?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll cover real quick, but I think the short answer is yes, we still need help from the federal authorities. We need the continued help in looking at the real solution on the cell phone issue would be jamming, or what they call micro jamming, where you can control the area of that. So I think we continue as an industry to push for that, and we continue to work with the FCC on the ability to be able to do that, because federal prisons can do jamming, state prisons cannot, and trying to get through that hurdle. There were several directors, to include myself. In April, we were in Washington, D.C., met with many members on that issue as well as the drone issue. Fortunately, the drone discussions that we had ended up allowing some language to be in the new proposed language related to drones that would prohibit drones from being flown over correctional facilities. And we know most of the people who fly drones over our facilities to drop contraband aren't probably going to pay attention to that. But nonetheless, having that in the law will be a benefit to us in the long run. And I think the mobile assessment, so the FCC has given us the mobile assessment that Mr. Babcock talked about. There's a process that makes it cleaner with a new tool that has basically been blessed by the FCC. If you utilize that equipment for the detection, then you can avoid having to have a court order to cut the phone off. Basically, if you find a phone through that type of equipment. So we are working with our phone vendor now to be able to try that equipment in Texas. It's actually, I think South Carolina is the only site where that's actually in play.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pastor, you have a question?
On the cell phone detection, I was just curious, it was a trial period here and some good results. Is that something that Mr. Collier addressed, but is that something that's going to be rolled out to all of our units?
It would depend on funding. Right now, we're not really funded for the drone detection piece. That's something that is not nearly as expensive as some of the other technologies. So we are working to figure out how we could potentially do that in the future. But it's not one right now that we're ready to deploy. We were testing really to see, is that technology solid? Is it, and which ones of those technology vendors really stands out? And it worked very well in all the locations that we tried it. So we're pleased with that, and I think moving forward with some options this session would be what we'd work toward.
And then as far as the cell phone detection and bricking those cell phone units, that we still need approval in order to use those?
The current process is if we identify a cell phone through our managed access systems, it basically stops the phone from getting out. We have two of those, McConnell and Stiles, so it's a managed system there. That comes with our phone contract. The mobile assessments currently would require a court order, so basically we work with OIG. OIG works through the process to issue a court order. The new technology that's been blessed by the FCC would allow you, if you found the phone under that technology, then basically you can skip the court order piece and you can go straight to the cell phone carrier and they'll brick the phone, so to speak, or turn it off.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Is there any other question?
Yeah, one quick question. You mentioned that when you were talking about your G5 and now giving them tablets, that one of your concerns were the malicious intent. And I'm assuming maybe it's not just with our G5, it might be with others too, but give us an example of some of the malicious intent that they can use the tablets for. I was just wondering about that.
We've discovered since the introduction of tablets statewide that they can be manipulated in ways to where they can get into the places that we don't want them to go. We also have there's a black market out there for them. We have a list of inmates that they will arrive on a unit and say that they do not have their tablet any longer. But when we investigate it, we find that they sold it to another inmate. So there's trafficking and trading involved in it, and then there is just as I said, altering the system and altering that tablet to where they can access things that we don't want them to have access to. And then communicate in ways with people that we don't want them to communicate to, that also supports their intention of introduction of contraband into the facility.
So we can't prevent them from altering those tablets, and is that happening a lot?
It's not a lot, but it's enough to raise concern. And then there's the fear of, as they get better and they educate others,
Yeah.
because they're in a confined place where they do educate one another. So it's kind of a cat and mouse game. As they get better, we get better. And we
Wow.
try to stay a step ahead.
Okay. And I wasn't certain if an ambassador was saying to you that he wanted to be there when you discard the alcohol. I wasn't certain if that's what he was asking you or not.
No, when you seize the items also, seizing and then disposing. Okay?
Disposing, you want to be there?
I want to be there.
Okay.
You want to be there too?
No.
No, okay.
I did take a note of that.
All right, thank you very much. Any other question? Thank you so much, gentlemen, Mr. Babcock, Mr. Guerrero, and Mr. Martinez, for the excellent presentation. There being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Correctional Institution Committee is now adjourned. It is, according to Judge Francis' time, 9:11. 9:11.
The 237th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda as posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, General Bill Welch, Sidney Zeiker, and Tom Fordyce. A quorum of the board is present, and the meeting is now declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person and also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 9:12 a.m. Before we get started, I would invite everyone present to stand as you are able and join us as a board in pledges of allegiance. Texas Department of Criminal Justice Deputy Executive Director Oscar Mendoza will lead us in the pledges. Mr. Mendoza, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. I would now ask Board Member Pastor Nate Sprinkle to introduce Chaplain Jeb Dotson, who joins us today from the PAC unit in Navasota to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Before we begin with a word of prayer, I would like to introduce Chaplain Jeb Dodson. Chaplain Dotson has been with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a year and currently serves at the PAC unit in Navasota. Currently at the PAC unit, Chaplain Dotson has 14 inmate staff members to assist in programs and rehabilitation services, including 6 field ministers and 4 life coaches. Under the leadership of Warden Villalobos, Chaplain Dotson and his team keep rehabilitation at the forefront in all activities at the PAC unit. Prior to serving in TBCJ, Chaplain Dotson has served in various ministry capacities, such as being a senior pastor at Life Point Church in Crockett, Texas, police chaplain at the Crockett Police Department, and additionally, as an addiction and recovery ministries, serving at Adult and Teen Challenge of Texas. Chaplain Dotson, thank you for being here today. Would you please do us the honor of opening our meeting with a word of prayer?
Thank you. And just let me say it's an honor to be able to come here and pray over this assembly today. Please pray with me. Father God, we just thank you for being with us today as we seek your blessing over the board meeting for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the Windham School District. Lord, we humbly ask that you would grant us your mercy and your grace. Bless each board member and every person in leadership today with your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that can come only from you, Lord God. Help every employee who serves throughout Texas to remain vigilant and serve their posts with honor and integrity. Remind us, Lord, that we can never let our guard down, that we can never get complacent. Lord, help every employee make it safely home to their families and their loved ones. Let your hand of peace rest upon the units across Texas. Lead us and guide us, Lord. Keep your hand of protection upon us. Lord, we humbly ask your blessings as we move forward in your grace. Lord, we thank you. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle, and thank you, Chaplain Dotson. As everyone knows, we are one of the many great activities within the system that we seek to highlight is the work of our outstanding chaplains throughout the system. So thank you, Pastor Sprinkle, in helping us do that. The board will now go into recess to conduct an executive session which will be closed to the public in accordance with the Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Executive session will be conducted at the Orion Ballroom. We will reconvene an open session at 10:30 a.m. The 237th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now in recess. It is 9:16 a.m.
Sure, go ahead. That way we can frame you up. Okay. Right. Yes, we can hear you.
Your Honor, may I proceed? Good morning again to all in attendance in person, as well as to those attending virtually through our online channel. The 237th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. It is 10:37 a.m. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, please turn electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you very much. I would next like to recognize a few of our guests who were not on our agenda today, but I'll start with the fact that we are, of course, meeting here today in College Station, home base of the outstanding institution that is the Texas A&M University System. Okay, and I knew I would get a whoop, and I was thinking that I would get a whoop from my better half, Marcia, if she's out there. I would also like to recognize the fact that one of our visitors today, he was understandably busy with other functions, but want to recognize Dr. Cliff Lamb on our record. Dr. Lamb is the director of the Texas A&M AgriLife Research Department, and is a tremendous partner among our many partners throughout the A&M system in helping with our agribusiness programs. And you all have heard about those programs in the past, but some of the most innovative work in livestock management, in the raising of crops, in the efficient use of our natural resources is a direct result of this partnership that we have with the A&M system, and not to mention the fact that we have outstanding women and men from the veterinary college here in College Station who are literally out on our units and ranches and locations providing the most advanced care that we can provide for our livestock within the system. So thank you, Dr. Lamb, for stopping by, and we very much appreciate our partnership, our systems partnership with the Texas A&M University System. Also today, we are very honored to have with us Chair Marcia Moberly of Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles. Chair Moberly, if you're here, if you would please stand and be recognized. Chair Moberly has recently taken over that role as chair of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and I know I speak for the entire board in saying that she is, from our perception, she's done that, jumped in with both feet, and is doing an outstanding job already in her role as chair. We're also honored to have with us here today Mr. Tim McDonald, if you'll please stand as well. Mr. McDonald is the Chief of Staff of the Board of Pardons and Paroles and is a vital participant in our most important partnership that we have with that board. So thank you very much to both of you for being here today, and we look forward, we're not going to call on you today, but we look forward to hearing from you at future meetings. We also appreciate all of the representatives, public officials who have been with us, who may be with us online. We very much appreciate your continued efforts and contributions to our state. And obviously, first and foremost, we appreciate the attendance of everyone at this meeting here today. Now, you may wonder, I know that many of you know why we're doing it, but some of you may wonder why several of us here are wearing purple today. We recognize, in a manner consistent with the duty of TBCJ to assist and support victims of crime, that the month of October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We also wear purple today in continued recognition in memoriam of our departed but never forgotten fellow board member and vice chair, Ms. Darylyn Perriman, as this was a cause she always held close to her heart and her life's work. Domestic violence has affected and continues to affect communities across Texas. Such violence results from a pattern of physical, sexual, and/or psychological abuse. Some of the many costs to victims and to children of victims include increased incidences of depression, acute and chronic health and mental health conditions, developmental problems, and aggressive or delinquent behavior. In 2023, 205 Texans were killed by intimate partners in 64 counties in Texas. 12 others were injured, and 218 adults and minor children lost a parent. There can sometimes exist stereotyped narratives around domestic violence, but this issue plaguing our society, like any other, cannot and should not be stereotyped. Each instance of domestic violence impacts one or more individual human beings. 179 of those murdered in 2023 through acts of domestic violence were individual women, and 26 of those murdered were individual men. The mission of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice that we as a board support includes as a core element protection and support of crime victims. The Texas criminal justice system plays a significant role in addressing domestic violence by, among other things, holding domestic violence offenders accountable for their actions, enhancing victim safety, disrupting the cycle of violence resulting in intervention opportunities for victims and offenders, breaking the generational cycle and learned effect of domestic violence on children, including cycles that lead to multi-generational incarceration, and sending an important message that there will be real consequences for committing acts of domestic violence. Thus, we not only recognize victims of domestic violence today, we see and hear you every day. And please know that the dedicated women and men of TDCJ will continue to work with you and support you. Now, Ms. Zeiker, I understand you would also like to make some comments on this very important topic as well.
Thank you, Chairman. In the United States, roughly 1 in 2 women and about 2 in 5 men experience intimate partner violence, and they report it in their lifetime. That means that certainly each and every one of us knows someone who is either currently experiencing some form of domestic violence or has in their past or will in their future. Domestic violence is a very pervasive issue. It's one that goes incredibly underreported. It's one that there is a large stigma about, but it doesn't target a singular race or socioeconomic status or gender. It can happen to anyone. As we recognize Domestic Violence Awareness Month this month in October, we're called to raise awareness and educate ourselves and others and advocate for change. Our mission at TDCJ is to provide public safety, promote positive change in offender behavior, reintegrate offenders into society, and assist victims of crime. This means that we have a clearly established and critical role to play in preventing future domestic violence by providing rehabilitative services to our inmate population that may have perpetuated violence in the past, and to provide restorative services to those in our care, including our staff, who may have experienced such forms of victimization in their lifetime. Each statistic that both the chairman and I have talked about today represent a person, a story cut short, or a life lived in fear or lost. We have to remember that behind every number is a survivor who deserves our support, compassion, and understanding. It's crucial that we create safe spaces for these individuals where they can find help and resources that they need to heal and rebuild their lives, both inside the walls of our prisons and as they re-enter the free world. As someone who has experienced intimate partner violence, I know how hard it is to seek help and how embarrassing it can feel. By breaking these stigmas, we're giving these survivors a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zeicher, for your comments and your courage. As we start our meeting, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as for public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 151.4. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. Next, we are glad to be able to provide recognition through our Employee Service Awards. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice recognizes TBCJ employees who have dedicated 25, 30, 35, 40, and even 45 years of service to the state of Texas. These individuals represent the strong commitment of this agency's staff system-wide. Our board and Executive Director Brian Collier express our deepest gratitude for the continued service of these outstanding employees. So as you're seeing on the screen here, some of those names of those we recognize today, I'll tell you that during the months of September and October of 2024, 66 employees attained 25 years of service, 41 employees attained 30 years of service, 8 employees attained 35 years of service, 10 employees attained 40 years of service, and 1 employee attained 45 years of service. We are displaying the list of these valued employees now for those in attendance to read, and the names will also be submitted for inclusion in the official minutes of our board meeting today. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice congratulates each of these employees, each and every one of these employees, and thanks you for your unwavering loyalty and dedication to the citizens of Texas. As a further symbol of our appreciation, each of you will receive a board certificate along with a personal letter of gratitude. Thank you, one and all. Thank you so much for what you do each and every day. We also have some further recognitions to do here today, and I understand, Mr. Collier, that you have the next recognition.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Speaking of 45 years, I'd like to ask Oscar Mendoza to please come to the podium. Today, I'd like to ask that you join me in congratulating Mr. Oscar Mendoza on reaching 45 years of service with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Oscar began his career in 1979 as a correctional officer at the Wainwright Unit. He promoted through the ranks, holding each level in the correctional series to include serving as a warden on 6 facilities and later as a regional director. In 2009, Mr. Mendoza was promoted to Deputy Director in the Correctional Institutions Division. He later served as the Division Director for the Administrative Review and Risk Management Division and the Private Facility Contract Monitoring and Oversight Division. In 2016, Oscar was promoted to his current position as the Deputy Executive Director for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Mr. Mendoza consistently invests in other agency leaders and has developed multiple leadership training initiatives to include Deputy Division Director leadership programs. He's also worked on our suicide reduction efforts and on our staff wellness and staff support efforts. Over the last 5 years, on his own time, Oscar has also attended a substantial amount of training to become now a certified personal executive coach. He has used those skills to assist our Training and Leader Development Division in developing coaching components to our leadership programs. Mr. Mendoza continues to strive to improve the agency's culture through his interactions with our divisions. Oscar's experience, combined with his passion for the agency and our employees, continues to be a true example for others. I'd like to personally say thank you to Mr. Mendoza's wife, Terry, who is here today with their sons, Dustin and Devin. Thank you for your sacrifice for letting Oscar be with us and when he's away from you. Thank you for sharing him with us all these years. Now I'd like to ask that you all join me in congratulating Oscar on attaining 45 years of state service to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Now, Mr. Mendoza, you notice I did not steal his thunder on that employee who had attained 45 years of service. So, we, as a board, we join in everything that Mr. Collier said in recognizing you and the selfless dedication that you've had to the state and to this agency for so many years. And we would appreciate if you would share with us a few words about your experience.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Collier, I'd like to say, first of all, thank you for taking some time out of your very busy agenda today just to recognize a simple guy who had hung around for a long, long time. And I usually tell people I'm kind of slow, whereas most people get in 20, 25 years. I didn't, so I had to hang around an extra 20 years. But I appreciate the recognition today, and I appreciate having had the pleasure and the honor of serving the men and women of this organization. That's who we serve, sir. And it has always been and always will be an honor to serve the men and women of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I would like to say to Mr. Collier, personally and specifically, thank you, sir, for giving me the highlight of my career to serve as your deputy. It has been an honor. It will continue to be an honor to serve you and the rest of the men and women of this organization. And I would like to say, sir, finally, a very special recognition and appreciation to both of my fathers, the father who made me and the father who raised me, who both look down at me and continue to walk with me today. My biggest appreciation and gratitude today goes to my family, my wife, Terry, my son, Dustin, and my son, Devin. And I know there's an old saying that says, behind every successful man is a strong woman. Mr. Chairman, being married to me, Terry is one hell of a strong woman. It is because of her support that I've been able to make this journey. It is because of her continued standing behind me, walking beside me, and often being in front for me that I continue to make this journey and why I've been able to do what I can do. The other two strong sources of my strength are my sons, Dustin and Devin. I have not always been there for them, but they have always been there for me. And I will continue to show my appreciation to them, to this organization, and the men and women at TBCJ. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For our next recognition, I think we are calling to the podium again. We've heard from her this morning already, Ms. Carrie Green.
Mr. Chairman, before we go to the next person, would we allow his wife and sons to stand, since they've been with Mr. Mendoza so many years? Would they just stand briefly, please?
Well, of course. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, now we're ready for Ms. Green.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board. There we go. Are we on now? No. There you go. Now we are. Okay. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, thank you again for having me this morning. Again, my name is Carrie Green. I'm the Division Director of the Community Justice Assistance Division, and it is truly my pleasure to introduce you to Sherelle Johnson, who is our newest Deputy Director of the Community Justice Assistance Division. She really brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to this position. She believes in embracing opportunities for growth and has been a committed employee of this agency for more than 20 years. She actually started as a correctional officer and worked for 8 years at the Ferguson and Ramsey units. Then she moved into the parole division and became a parole officer, where she worked for another 5 years in Houston. She became an auditor with our division, and then she moved over to reentry and integration, where she was a program specialist and a program supervisor, and worked for the Texas Correctional Office on offenders with medical and mental impairments. And then she came back to CJAD as a management analyst, and then she led our Fidelity Operations office that I spoke of earlier, most recently before she was appointed into this position. She will tell you that she was raised and guided by very strong women who instilled in her resiliency, determination, and integrity. And her courage by challenging processes and her perseverance has improved our division and also the agency on several fronts. She has a bachelor's degree in sociology and criminal justice and a Master of Science degree in administration of justice and security. She's truly a valuable member of this organization, and she's going to continue to be a source of strength and positivity as she helps lead our division in this new role. And as you can see, by obtaining that experience in 4 different divisions, she really can bring a diverse perspective to what we do, again, in probation. Sherelle?
Thank you.
So, Ms. Johnson, very much we want to congratulate you on your promotion into this new role. We fully appreciate the contributions that you've made already in your career, and we look forward to the continued contributions you'll make out into the future. I know you were here and listening to the presentation concerning CJAD and the Community Supervision and Correction Department programs that CJAD supervises, and we know that you're a big piece of that already in terms of making that system work as effectively as it can. So with that, we would be glad to hear from you, and in terms of as you approach this new role, kind of what your thinking is.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, members of the board, and Director Collier. It is my pleasure to stand before you today and express my sincere gratitude for this recognition. I consider it both an honor and a privilege to serve in my role as Deputy Director. The work we do is not only a reflection of my individual efforts, but also of the collective dedication of the entire agency. This recognition affirms the importance of collaboration, vision, and a shared commitment to excellence. I remain steadfast in my commitment to continue driving the mission of this agency forward, ensuring we uphold the highest standards in public service. I would like to thank God and also extend a special thank you to my Division Director, Ms. Carrie Green, my TBCJ family, and my family and friends who have invested in me and supported my development, both professionally and personally. I look forward to continued success that we will achieve together, and thank you again for this esteemed acknowledgement.
Well, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Our next recognition will be presented by TBCJ Parole Division Director, Mr. Rene Hinojosa. Mr. Hinojosa, I understand you would like to recognize the new Parole Region 4 Director, Christina Ramirez. If you would both join us at the podium. Mr. Hinojosa, when you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to introduce Ms. Christina Ramirez. As mentioned, she's our new Region 4 Director. In her new role, Christina will oversee Central and South Texas region of the state. That includes 15 parole offices, all the way from Waco all the way down to McAllen. And that's actually a little over 17,000 parole clients. Region 4 is the second largest region in parole geographically and also when it comes to parole clients. It's also one of our most critically understaffed regions at this time, so she has a little bit of a challenge ahead of her. Ms. Ramirez started her career a little over 18 years ago as a parole officer in the Corpus Christi Parole Office. She has also held every single supervisory role within the Parole Division to include unit supervisor, parole supervisor, and most recently, she was the Assistant Regional Director in Region 4. Ms. Ramirez holds a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology, and she minored in criminal justice, and she received that degree from Texas A&M University there in Corpus Christi. In Corpus Christi, though, in Corpus Christi. So I do have to say that's my alma mater, so go Islanders. Christine, that's not why I promoted her, I'm just saying. Christina is a very focused leader. She cares passionately about her staff, and I could tell exactly that when I first met her over 4 or 5 years ago. And she cares about their success, but she's also focused on our clients' success in the community. So please help me join me in congratulating and welcome Christina to her new role.
Congratulations, Mr. Ramirez, on your new role. We had a chance to visit a little bit earlier. Would you care to share a few words with us?
Thank you so much, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members of the board. It is an honor to be present here today. I really appreciate the opportunity. I'd like to take this time to thank my leadership and Mr. Hinojosa for their continued support. It's been a privilege and an honor to serve TBCJ and the Parole Division. I will continue to do so. I am greatly appreciative of this opportunity, and I will continue to do my best and to work hard to always maintain and uphold the agency's mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next agenda topic covers consent items. Are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items from the board? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is a report from the Judicial Advisory Council. Jasper County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Director Christopher Thomas will be presenting today on behalf of the Judicial Advisory Council. Mr. Thomas, we very much appreciate you joining us at our meeting today, and we look forward to hearing your report. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, members of the board, and Mr. Collier. I am the director of the East Texas Community Supervision and Corrections Department, which covers Jasper, Newton, Sabine, San Augustine, Shelby, and Tyler counties. It is my pleasure to present on behalf of the Judicial Advisory Council and our chairwoman, District Court Judge Rose Reyna. As a member of the Judicial Advisory Council, I'm honored to provide updates on behalf of the council to this board. The JAC would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the board and Mr. Collier for the support and approving the exceptional item request, which was outlined in the FY 26-27 legislative appropriations request that was submitted to the Legislative Budget Board. We are deeply appreciative of the proposed legislative appropriations request and funding allocated for CSCD salary increases and operational needs, which are critical to maintaining the high level of supervision and services that our committee or our community expects. The most recent JAC meeting was in October the 1st, in conjunction with the 52nd Annual Chiefs Leadership Conference in Galveston. This gathering provided an excellent opportunity to engage more closely with the probation field and hear the current challenges facing local departments. Additionally, the Correctional Management Institute of Texas hosted a breakfast for the JAC as well as members of the Probation Advisory Committee. And this event facilitated an open dialogue between the two bodies, offering a unique insight from both perspectives. During our formal JAC meeting, Carrie Green presented on the Sunset Review Report. The JAC commended Ms. Green and CJAD for their efforts and support provided to the 122 CSCDs under their purview, highlighting the division's success overseeing the decentralized system. The JAC agenda included an overview of substance use continuum of care. Speakers included Ms. Sherelle Johnson, who introduced an overview of the probation DWI intervention pilot program, and facility directors Debbie Rowland from Taylor County CSCD and Kelly Doyle from Harris County CSCD did updates on the local community corrections facilities. And then finally, Ms. Andrea Canule from the TBCJ Rehabilitation Programs Division presented information on the state's intermediate sanction facility as well as the substance abuse punishment felony facility programs. A shared goal remains to keep the system in balance. The Judicial Advisory Council stands ready to assist the board in any way necessary. Please don't hesitate to contact me, Judge Reyna, or any members of the council if you have any questions or wish to discuss issues, matters concerning probation and other aspects of the system. On behalf of all the members of the JAC, we thank you for your continued dedication and service on this board. I stand available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas, and I'm going to take you up on that. I'm going to sit down. I have a sit down with you, and we'll talk about those issues. And I know you were here earlier. I saw you out there listening to the report that was made earlier by Ms. Green, and I think you know, and I know that Jack knows, that we consider our partnership to be extremely important, and that in line with your comments about the types of support that we can give as we head into another legislative session, you know that we're ready, willing, and able to do that, because we know that the hard-working women and men in these departments around the state deserve the respect, not only just saying it, but actually making sure that we've got the resources in place to reflect the level of respect that we have for their important roles throughout the state. So very much appreciate your report. Please send back our continued thanks from our board to the Judicial Advisory Council for everything that it's doing. And I'll reach out to you, and we'll have a chance to have a cup of coffee sometime soon. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. The next item on our agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed readoption of Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 161.21, entitled Role of the Judicial Advisory Council. Very timely presentation, I'd say. General Counsel Stephanie Greger, here at the podium, will be presenting today. Ms. Greger, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Collier. This item is the proposed readoption of Rule 161.21, Role of the Judicial Advisory Council, pursuant to the rule review process. The reasons for initially adopting this rule continue to exist. Notice has been posted in the Texas Register, and no comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Are there any questions from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice readopt Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 161.21, Role of Judicial Advisory Council, as published in the Texas Register, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. I have a second from Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to GR-106 entitled Disciplinary Rules and Procedures for Inmates. Ms. Greger, if you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. This is a proposed amendment to GR 106, Disciplinary Rules and Procedures for Inmates. Board Policy 1.01 requires board review for amendments to this item. The amendments change the word offender to inmate throughout. Second, respite is added as a reason that inmates on cell restriction may be permitted to leave their cells. The time earning class and custody classification are removed as required elements of the disciplinary report, and the inmate's unit of assignment is added to that report. The amendments also remove language stating disciplinary hearings for offenders sentenced to prison but in transfer status to state jail shall be conducted in accordance with grade assigned and under applicable hearing procedures. Section 1E is relocated to 1A4 for clarity. Language is clarified in Section 8 to include the broader phrase of refuse to comply with grooming standards. Inmate escape is removed as an example in Section 12. And importantly, concealment of a weapon is added as a level 1 offense, and riot is revised to include 7 or more persons. The title of Offense 33 is revised to providing false or misleading information, and the title of Offense 41 is revised to creating excessive or disruptive noise. Language is added to Offense 14, use or possession of any intoxicating inhalants, to include unknown substances and tobacco products. Offense 24.5, refusing to submit to a scan via body scanning technology, is added and new. Language is added to Offense 30 to specify communicating in code utilizing the inmate telephone system, a tablet, or any other form of correspondence. Language is added to Offense 37 that can include requesting money to be sent to mobile payment services such as Cash App or Venmo. And finally, grammatical and formatting updates are made.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. I assume, just for the record, that you have been coordinating on these changes with the appropriate divisions, including the Correctional Institutions Division, as well as other divisions throughout the agency.
Yes, sir. The Office of General Counsel has coordinated very closely with CID on these amendments, and that work has been in progress for a few months now.
And also, as it should be clear from the amendments, that these amendments in part are to adjust for ever-changing technologies that exist not just in the free world, but also in our facilities.
That's correct, yes.
All right. Any further questions from the board with respect to these proposed amendments to the disciplinary rules and procedures for inmates? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve amendments to GR-106, Disciplinary Rules and Procedures for Inmates, as presented.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on the agenda is, Ms. Greger, do you have another one, or I think?
I do, Board Policy 14.01.
I do. I have it right here, I think. So the next item on the agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the annual review of Board Policy 14.01. I've got the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Investment Policy, correct? and resolution adopting the investment policy. If you're ready, please proceed.
Yes, sir. This is a proposed amendment to Board Policy 14.01 Investment Policy. This policy is required to be reviewed on an annual basis. The proposed amendment here revises the date and revision number of the document to reflect the annual review.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Greger. Are there any questions? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the annual review of Board Policy 14.01, Texas Department of Criminal Justice Investment Policy, as presented, and that the chairman sign the resolution adopting the investment policy.
Thank you. I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. I have a second from Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Greger.
Thank you.
All right, it's now time for the chairman's report. As many of you know, I like to spotlight programs within TDCJ that serve the overall agency mission of protecting public safety, promoting positive change in behavior among TDCJ's populations, both those incarcerated and those on parole, reintegrating members of TDCJ's incarcerated populations back into free world society, and, as we've heard earlier today, assisting victims of crime. As we as a board travel across the state, we try to highlight programs that are not only implemented statewide, but that also impact the units and the regions where our board meetings are held. And so with that overarching goal in mind, today I would like the opportunity to spotlight the Peer Support Recovery Program at the Hamilton Unit, a facility located right in this area where we meet today in Bryan. One important objective of TDCJ is providing inmates the tools they need to succeed in their sobriety, both while incarcerated and when they return to their communities. There are two outstanding TDCJ employees and supervisors who are actively working to help members of the population at the Hamilton Unit in their recovery journeys that we want to hear from today. These valuable employees help to prepare members of the population at the Hamilton Unit for their release, again in a peer support structure. So I would ask to join us here at the podium, Mr. Winston Wynn, Peer Support Supervisor, and Ms. Dolores Riley, Program Supervisor 7. If you would join us here. And we had a chance to visit a little bit before the board meeting, but just tell you again how much we appreciate you all being here today means to us. First, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Winston Wynn, our Peer Support Supervisor, who's going to be talking to us here today. We as a board, Mr. Wynn, understand that you are a native of Huntsville and that you have been dedicated to serving TDCJ since 2010.
Yes, sir.
With a wealth of experience in the field, sir, you currently hold the dual roles of Peer Support Supervisor and Substance Abuse Counselor 3.
Right.
Now, we understand from your colleagues that you have been a cornerstone of the Peer Support Recovery Program for the past 3 years, and that your leadership style, sir, is characterized by others as based on empowerment and teamwork.
Yes, sir.
And, sir, we understand that you are passionate, and I can tell that just from talking to you this morning,
Yes.
about guiding and supporting inmate coaches as they help their peers overcome challenges. By breaking down barriers and fostering a collaborative environment, sir, you play a pivotal role in facilitating group sessions, providing resources to members of the population, and developing comprehensive plans to aid individuals both within and outside of the prison environment. So we look forward to hearing from you in just a second, but I also want to introduce your colleague, Ms. Dolores Riley, if you would step forward too.
Sir.
As I said, currently as a program supervisor 7, and we understand, Ms. Riley, that you have made a profound impact on the lives of numerous individuals battling addiction as a substance use counselor and as a dedicated program supervisor for the Peer Support Recovery Program. We understand, Ms. Riley, that you weren't born here in Texas, but you were born and raised in Miraloma, California,
Yes,
and
sir.
that you began your valuable contributions both to TDCJ and to our state when you moved to Texas in 1993 to be closer to your family.
Yes.
We understand that your professional path led you to TDCJ in 1994, where you initially worked at the Eastham unit, now of course the Wainwright unit. Over the years, it's been reported to us that your commitment to helping others has grown, culminating in your current role, and with over 15 years of experience as a substance use counselor, that you bring a wealth of knowledge and, just like we talked about, passion to your work. As is described to us by your colleagues, your leadership style is characterized by self-empowerment, collaboration, and a strong belief in the potential of every individual.
Yes.
And it is clear to you, clearly, what is clear to us as a board, that rehabilitation and recovery is done and has to be done on an individual basis.
Yes,
No two people are the same as they go through a journey such as recovery from addiction. You help foster a supportive and encouraging environment where individuals can learn, grow, and achieve their goals. In your work, you're brave enough, we understand, to share your own life experiences, and all of us know how powerful it is to those you serve to share those life experiences. As a program supervisor for the Peer Support Coach Program, you were instrumental in creating a community of recovery within TDCJ. So first and foremost, we want to thank both of you, Ms. Riley and Mr. Wynn, for all that you do. Now, we're going to start with Mr. Wynn, but I know that all the board members may get tired of me saying some of the same things over and over again, but one of the things I always say, Mr. Wynn, is that is the power of peer support programs. So we're going to hear from you, I understand, about the Peer Support Recovery Program. Sir, if you would.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Collier, and board members. Thank y'all so much. The Peer Support Recovery Program is an innovative program that educates and trains qualified inmates to serve as their role models and support for inmates who wants to maintain a healthy, drug and alcohol-free lifestyle. Okay. Once they are trained, they travel to different units to either establish a recovery housing program, also known as RHOP, or join an existing RHOP program as a coach. Currently, there are 12 RHOP programs in the state of Texas. There are currently 11 peer support coaches at the Hamilton unit at this present time. 4 who will be soon traveling to establish the RHOP 13th RHOP program at the new Bartlett unit. To become a peer support coach, inmates must apply to the program, and then eligible for inmates are selected to attend the training. This course teaches inmates the trainees about recovery issues and how they can help other inmates achieve recovery through their own lived experience that they share. After the initial 46-hour classes that they attend, trainees will undergo a 500-hour staff supervised work experience, followed by an exam and a 25-hour practicum to demonstrate their proficiency in the program. Upon successful completion, the trainees will receive peer support credentials through the Texas Certification Board. Once credentials are received, the trainees will become a full-time peer support coach and use their skills gained during the training to inspire their peers in the program. In addition to helping others, this opportunity serves as a stepping stone to inmates who are interested in continuing their education for a future career in the field of recovery following release from the program. After completing the 6-month program internship, peer support coaches are assigned a specific unit to serve as their peer support coach at a recovery housing program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. We appreciate the information on that very, very valuable program. And Ms. Riley, I understand you want to talk to us a little bit more about the RHOP program, the Recovery Housing Opportunity Program.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Collier, and all board members. Thank you so much. The RHOP program is a year-long structured environment that offers curriculum designed to increase participants' awareness of self-defeating behaviors, promotes healthy habits, and equips them with the necessary tools for positive behavioral change. Peer support coaches work with inmates to offer education, resources, and support needed to maintain recovery. Peer coaches deliver the following curriculum: anger management, staying sober, drugs and alcohol in the brain, relapse prevention, personal growth, responsible thinking, and victim impact. The Recovery Housing Opportunity Program operates under a zero-tolerance policy, but not just for substance use. Fighting, stealing, and gambling are also not tolerated. Participants in the program also undergo random and frequent drug testing as a major component of the zero-tolerance policy. One of the most significant benefits of RHOP is that it provides participants with not only a clean and sober living environment, but also the resources and support to maintain their sobriety long-term. The program fosters a community where individuals can learn from one another, hold each other accountable, and experience the transformation necessary for lasting recovery. We absolutely love the job that we do, and we thank you for your support. I'm standing courageously for questions.
I think you've both done an outstanding job in presenting on these programs, and it serves the exact purpose that I think we should in shining a light. Yes. So many people have ideas about what's going on in the prison system, but unless we have good folks like you that are doing this work to come forward and talk about these programs, there is no way that people can understand the depth and the breadth of the good rehabilitative work that's being done within our system. And this is obviously the work that you all do at this unit, as you've indicated in your talks, is reflective of similar peer recovery programs being carried out across the agency. Now, I understand we are going to, by Teams meeting, we are going to have another special guest who is going to provide his own thoughts and testimony about the peer recovery program. So I understand that we have Mr. Scott Michael Flynn appearing with us by Teams. And Mr. Flynn, we understand you have a few words to say about the peer support recovery program, and when you're ready, sir, please proceed.
Right. Thank you, Chairman Nichols, Executive Director Mr. Collier, and members of the board. My name is Scott Michael Flynn. With the exception of these unusual circumstances in this prison uniform, I look like a regular guy. It's impossible to see the childhood trauma, the dysfunctional family system, or the addiction. From 97 till 2010, I was in and out of prison. I stayed intoxicated and I stayed sick. In 2011, I found myself in court again, and this time I was on probation and parole. My attorney explained to me, she said, "Scott, if you can't tell the judge why you relapsed, he's probably going to send you to prison for 3 years." What's unfortunate as I didn't know why I relapsed, and 3 years in prison sounded like hope. I knew if the judge reinstated me that afternoon that I would be hot before I made it home. So against my attorney's advice, I took the time. After I detoxed in jail, I signed up for the Alcoholics Anonymous pod. I acquired a sponsor, I worked the program, and I stayed out of trouble. Upon my release, my sponsor picked me up instead of old friends. Instead of the old neighborhood, I chose a faith-based recovery house. I became a volunteer in the Dallas County Jail. I was a TBCJ volunteer. I was learning how to live. But during the holidays in 2014, I had a routine dental procedure go south and oral surgery was needed. I was prescribed opiates for the pain and I lost control. On January the 11th, 2015, I was intoxicated, I ran a red light, and I caused the death of an innocent person. I was sentenced to 25 years in prison, and I've been incarcerated for 9 years. I would love to tell you that I've been a model inmate since day one, but that's not the truth. Even though I was active in my individual treatment plan, I was on the dean's list in college, I still felt hopeless and I continued to make poor choices in prison. But in 2019, everything changed. I drank a gallon of homemade wine and I blacked out. And I'll never forget the shame I felt when an inmate who I cared little for stood over me and he said, "Didn't you kill someone when you were drinking?" I hadn't prayed in a long time, but I prayed that day. And I haven't touched a drink or a drug since then. In 2021, I was trained at the Hamilton unit to become a Texas Board Certified Peer Support Coach. I was assigned to the Mark W. Michael unit, and within 90 days, we had established the first recovery housing opportunity program in the state. RHOP is a simple concept. It's the Texas Department of Criminal Justice creating a safe and drug-free environment where people doing real time with real issues can get better. And it's working. RHOP graduates are doing better. The first graduating class cultivated 10 mentors, 3 self-harm prevention inmates. 1 was accepted to seminary to become a field minister at Memorial Unit. And 1 graduate became a peer support coach who now serves on Estes. And 1 Allred unit, RHOP graduate, is training now at the Hamilton. We're creating a new culture in the Texas prison system. We're offering rehabilitation on the front end of incarceration. We're offering realistic reform. Serving as a peer support coach has not only changed the way that I've done time, but it's changed my life. It's given me hope in what initially seemed a very hopeless situation. Finally, serving in this position has empowered me to empower other inmates. Despite what we've been through or where we're from, that we can get better, that we can do better. Today, we're in 12 prisons across the state. Recovery Housing Opportunity Program is available at both men and women's facilities. Now, we've traveled a great distance in the last 3 years, but today I ask, how much further can we go? But I believe with your support, there's absolutely no limit. And I believe together, we can make doing the right thing the next big thing. We can make rehabilitation and doing the right thing the next big thing in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. And I hope you can see, Mr. Flynn, that you just received a standing ovation. And the fact that you received a standing ovation is a credit to you, and also is powerful testimony about the powerful nature of peer support programs. And my goodness, we've had so many courageous people already step forward in this board meeting this morning, and you're just another one of those courageous individuals who can share your experience with us, and I know that that is a powerful tool for you to reaching out to your peers within within the program that you are working. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for our special guests, Mr. Wynn and Ms. Riley, for an outstanding presentation. Thank you again. Our next item on the agenda is our Executive Director's report. So, Mr. Collier, when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. I'd like to update you today on two items. One will be our tuition reimbursement program, which you passed into policy last October. Since we initiated the program last year, we provided tuition reimbursement to 37 employees, 4 of which received assistance for more than one semester. A total of $125,528 has been dispersed for tuition reimbursement. That was half of our first initial goal. We'll begin reviewing applications for the spring 2025 semester later this month, and as we enter year 2 of the program, we're modifying the criteria to allow employees with as little as 1 year of service to qualify, and also simplifying the application process. These changes will make the process more efficient, yet also increase the number of employees we can serve with the benefit. Our communications team will be including a new social media campaign to help ensure staff are aware of the program changes to increase interest. I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity and the passing of this policy to allow us to offer this unique benefit to our employees for the first time in our agency's history. Next, I wanted to take a moment just to update you on the Sunset Review process. As you're aware, we recently received the Sunset Commission staff report, which outlined the findings and recommendations from Sunset staff. We have thoroughly reviewed these findings and recommendations and have provided our written response to the Sunset Commission staff. We will appear before the Sunset Commission on November the 14th in Austin to address the findings in that report. Following that hearing, the Sunset Commission will approve final decisions in a hearing in December. We largely agree with the findings and recommendations in the Sunset Report and are taking steps to implement the items which do not require legislation. Today you'll hear about recommended changes to our organizational structure, which will help to implement the findings in the Sunset Report. These changes will bring about efficiencies and focus on areas of the agency which will help us achieve the recommended changes. I'd like to thank you, our board, for your assistance during the Sunset Review process, and thank our staff who have worked throughout the year to help provide the Sunset staff with the information they needed to complete their review. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Any questions or comments from members of the board? If not, in a manner consistent with Mr. Collier's comments, I understand our next agenda item is a report, an overview of the recent Sunset Review, and Texas Department of Criminal Justice Chief of Staff, Mr. Jason Clark, will be presenting that today. When you're ready, Mr. Clark, please proceed.
Well, good morning, Chairman, members, Mr. Collier. Thank you for allowing me to brief you on the staff Sunset Report. So a lot of the kind of first question folks ask is, what is Sunset? In 1977, the Texas legislature established the Sunset process really as an effective way to look at state government in a very structured, strategic way. And they start by asking a fundamental question, and that fundamental question is the state agency still needed? If the answer is no, then that state agency essentially is sunsetted, means it's abolished. If the answer is yes, then they do a top-to-bottom review of that agency, looking at all of its different functions and responsibilities to ensure that it's fulfilling its mission. Next slide. So the Sunset Advisory Committee is made up of an executive director as well as 30 staff who conduct the independent reviews. It is part of the legislative branch, and so the committee itself has 12 members, 5 state senators, 5 House members, as well as 2 members of the public. The chair rotates of that committee every other session. So this session, the House has the chair, and Representative Keith Bell out of Forney, Texas, is the chair. We'll actually be touring him next week in Gatesville. And the vice chair is Senator Tan Parker out of Flower Mound, who's serving as the vice chair. Here on the screen, you're going to see kind of the steps of the process. So step 1 started with a self-evaluation report. That is a very large report that's produced by TBCJ that essentially tells the Sunset Commission all about TBCJ and also highlights some of the things that we would like for them to look at. Our report was 337 pages long, and it was submitted September 1st of 2023. So you can see we've been working with Sunset for quite some time. The second piece of this process is where Sunset digs in. They start requesting data, they make visits to facilities, they do interviews with staff, all the way from line staff up to the executive director of TDCJ. The next step is public hearings. Mr. Collier talked about that just a moment ago. In November, there will be a public hearing where members of the public will be able to provide comments to the members, and the agency will be there as well. And then in December, there will be a decision day. And that's where the committee will look and make decisions on recommendations. And then finally, the last piece of this process is the legislative action. So there is a bill that's produced, a TDCJ-specific bill, that will make its way through both the House and the Senate with the ultimate goal of making its way to the governor's desk for signature. So what are the possible outcomes? So you can continue as you are with no recommendations. That doesn't happen very often. You could be abolished or sunsetted. That's actually happened 42 times since 1977. You can be merged with another agency. That happens from time to time. Or what most frequently happens is you have some pretty significant reforms that are recommended to improve the agency. And I believe that we will fall in that latter category. As I mentioned earlier in the Sunset staff report, there are recommendations, and there's really kind of two categories of recommendations. First, you have the statutory changes. So these are changes in law. And then there's a second category, which are management actions. And you can see the breakout there. The difference being a management action would be something that is not required by law, but the management moves forward. So this morning, I'm going to briefly move through some of the key recommendations. I know I only have 15 minutes, so I'm not going to go through all 55 recommendations, but I really want to hit some of those key recommendations so y'all understand. The first issue is really a deep dive into our facilities, their condition, the location, the staffing associated with those facilities. And Sunset rightly identified that staffing is a challenge. Oftentimes that's because of geography. And in order to for sure ensure our facilities are meeting their staffing levels, TDCJ has come up with some creative models to include the hotel and Uber models to make sure that we're staffing those facilities. Sunset recommends a new planning model regarding facilities. They want to look at a 10-year strategic plan, which would look at the cost to operate, geography, capacity, and what sort of inmates that we may have in the next 10 years. That report would be completed by September of 26, and then every 4 years would go to the legislature. The second piece of that is a second report, and that would look at how potentially to phase out facilities that have persistent staffing issues. That, of course, would be contingent on the agency having the ability to phase out those facilities. And so they would look at a number of factors to include vacancy rates, maintenance costs, county level employment, and a number of other factors. And that report would actually go to the board at the same time in September of 26, and then every 4 years after that. The second issue focuses on staffing. So the agency has vacancies in key areas. There's no surprise there, both in the correctional series and the parole officer series, but many others. And Sunset highlighted correctly that this is not a Texas thing. This is a nationwide issue when it comes to staffing in criminal justice agencies. And so they have some suggestions to help with those staffing challenges. The first is to create an office within the HR division whose sole focus would be on workforce retention and support. This department would oversee existing oriented initiatives as well as some new initiatives such as mentorship, peer support, and an employee coaching program. And I know Mr. Collier will speak to this shortly, but we'll be operationalizing that plan very soon. The next recommendation calls for studying certain jobs, their tasks. So parole officer, correctional officers, those in HR, maybe IT, and looking at those job duties and responsibilities and making sure that they line up with an accurate reflection of what's happening on the ground. The next recommendation deals with disciplinary action. So many of you know PD 22 is in revision, and it's going to emphasize behavior correction rather than a rigid disciplinary action. And that really aligns well with the coaching that is in the previous recommendation. It also calls for revamping our performance evaluations and removing criteria that doesn't necessarily meaningfully assess what that job does. Finally, on issue 2, they recommend that the agency clearly link advancements on training and other opportunities for employees, and also acquiring a tool to effectively track those trainings. And so that dovetails nicely into a request that we have for a new learning management system. Issue 3 focuses on technology and modernization. So Sunset highlighted the agency's real need for technology-focused solutions, and for us to be deliberate and thoughtful in these projects. They recommend establishing a new department, an Office of Strategic Initiatives as well as Modernization, and that office would look at really important, impactful type projects that need to happen, and then collaborate with divisions all across the agency to get those projects done. Sunset also pointed out that we have a lot of data, and we do. And sometimes that data is difficult for people to digest and see. And so one of the things that they recommend is creating dashboards, both for internal use and public use, to be able to digest that data and be able to essentially see what's happening within correctional facilities. And we actually have, in beta version, some of those dashboards right now. Another key recommendation is the prioritization of phasing out paper-driven manual processes. This is near and dear to my heart, and Chairman, I know it is to you as well. And so they recommend looking at inmate tablets, the intake process coming into the system, really looking at a way to digitize those processes, make them more efficient, and hopefully save some trees. And then finally, Sunset recommends creating some governing bodies within TBCJ to handle that data, come up with some governing rules to make sure that we're effectively storing it and using it. And ITD just recently approved a data governance plan, and so we'll be establishing these work groups very near. The next issue is 4, and they looked at programs and how we deliver those programs to the inmate population. And Sunset concluded that rehabilitation planning and evaluation needs to be enhanced. So this includes fully accounting for all programs and activities on facilities, evaluating certain programs, and then using that information to make changes as needed. This would be captured in a report, and that would go to the legislature each biennium. The staff report also highlighted the need for TBCJ and Windham to work very closely together and develop a strategic plan to increase program efficiency, reduce redundancies, and look for technology where we can. We just mentioned issue 3 related to data. They also pointed out that our databases oftentimes don't speak to each other, and that's true when it comes to tier tracking or those board-voted programs. So they identified that we need some enhancements there when it comes to capturing the data that we have related to board-voted programs, because they have a metric that we should reduce our program placement time for board-voted programs by 50% by 2027. The report also recommends combining the Rehabilitation Programs Division and the Reentry and Integration Division into one, and that this would better align the agency to do its core missions, which is rehabilitate inmates and get them ready to go back to the free world. And then finally, Sunset recommends transferring post-secondary management from TBCJ back over to Windham. Issue 5 is parole focused. So as you know, parole officers have a very difficult job of supervising those that are out in the community, serving out their sentences. And parole officers, like correctional officers, there are some vacancies within that system. And so Mr. Hinojosa has looked for creative ways to supervise individuals, but also try to keep correctional officers or parole officers. Sunset has some recommendations specific to parole officers. First, they recommend that removing the parole officer career ladder in statute. So the statute has caps on how quickly a parole officer can move through that, and it impacts their pay. And so rightly, Sunset identified that that potentially handicaps the agency in right-sizing parole officer salaries. The next recommendation calls for eliminating the maximum parole officer caseloads ratios in statute. These caseloads were established in 2007, and this was before we had a risk assessment tool to essentially be able to set up different caseloads. So Sunset believes that the changing environment, as well as new approaches to supervision, that the board is really best positioned to make those decisions related to caseloads. Really, the last item in Section 5 is related to special conditions. So TDCJ is going to work very closely with the Board of Pardons and Paroles when it comes to special conditions both before and after release. And that's going to include a report that we produce that goes to the board annually that looks at those special conditions. So if they need to be tweaked, we will work very closely with them. You'll notice issue 6 is not going to be in my slides. That's because it's mostly focused on the board. And so I'm going to move on to issue 7. Good news here. Sunset doesn't believe that we need to be abolished. And in fact, they say that the agency should continue until 2037. And so that will be the next time that we will be reviewed by the Sunset Commission. They also recommend eliminating the private facilities contract monitoring and oversight division and transferring those responsibilities back to the divisions who had them previously prior to 2007. Chairman, the last issue is issue 8, and Sunset reviews just standard across the board recommendations, and these are for all agencies that they review, and typically are smaller cleanup type of issues. The first one is recommending for the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee, because they no longer have staff, there needs to be a process updated in statute related to the removal of board members. The next is also for all members, including Board of Pardons and Paroles, TDCJ, board member training that happens each year, and each board member attests to that training and also requires some additional training related to rule authority. And then finally, Sunset recommends removing the Ag Advisory Council from statute and continuing with the Judicial Advisory Committee Council and Takumi Advisory Council for another 12 years. So next steps, Mr. Collier talked about this briefly. So in November, we will have a committee hearing. In December will be decision day, and then right around the corner, January 14th, is the legislative session. So we'll be working closely with members all across both the House and the Senate. And I just want to take a moment to thank the staff of Sunset. So they are incredibly professional, they are incredibly thorough, and we appreciate all that they have done working with us. We know that the process is not done. This is part of the process, and so we will continue to work with them closely as we move into the upcoming session. So with that, Chairman, I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for that very good report, and I will echo one of your last thoughts about it is apparent even at our board level about the professional and thorough manner in which the Sunset staff approached their mandate and their charter, and we look forward to expressing our appreciation for that at that November 14th hearing. I also want to commend not just, I don't want anyone to think that this is a response that Mr. Collier and Mr. Clark did alone. There are so many folks across TDCJ, the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee, the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and other parts of our criminal justice family that were involved in responding to the Sunset process in an effective way. Everything from gathering data to sitting down one-on-one with members of the Sunset staff to engage in this process. And it is, from our board's perspective, you've described very well the history of Sunset. From the board's perspective, this is a healthy process.
Absolutely.
It is always a good thing to have somebody from the outside look at your operations and to provide both feedback and opportunities for continuous improvement, which is the hallmark of any healthy organization. So thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks again to all of the women and men across the agency who are involved in helping to respond to this process in the way that benefits our state. And with that, I will pause for any additional questions. I see Judge Francis.
Speaking of modernization and technology, I have to put in a plug for the virtual court. Whenever I see Jason Clark, I think of our doing all of our little pleas all around the state, trying to increase the number of hearings that we have online with individuals that are in one of our units that have pending cases in a court without having to drag the sheriff's department over to pick them up and bring them back and have them sit there. It can be disruptive. It's very disruptive to the inmates. But I had 2 virtual hearings last week, and I wanted to give just a attaboy to some individuals at the Telford unit and at the Hamilton unit. Warden Michael Fazell, Candace Grable, Tiffany Gales at the Telford unit, Warden Brian Pollock, Joanne McCoy, Veronica Hooper, and of course Lynette Barnes put a lot of time and energy into getting these things going, and we're getting better. It's better. We're getting better at it.
Thank you, Judge Francis, for your leadership on this topic as well.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Absolutely, and it also, we don't want to ever lose that thread in terms of the modernization, because as we've heard, Judge Francis is a continued leader in this effort, but also it relates to what Mr. Clark was talking about on the parole side in terms of having to do a refresh on some of the governing principles and laws that relate to parole supervision for the same reasons, as well as we've heard today on correctional community supervision in correction departments and how they are endeavoring to incorporate that new technology to make their work more efficient using the kinds of risk assessment tools that you mentioned in your comments. Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Appreciate it. All right. In line with that last couple of reports, I believe the next item on our agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding TBCJ organizational structure and renaming of divisions. Mr. Collier, if you are ready on this topic, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. I think we have an organizational chart to show. We do not. Sorry about that. So, presenting you with a recommended organizational chart restructure of our agency, and I know that you have seen it and we talked about it earlier. This organizational restructure will help the agency put in place many of the sunset recommendations and enhance the oversight and communication between divisions. The new structure eliminates the Deputy Executive Director position and creates 3 agency deputy directors, the Chief Financial Officer, which is Ron Steffa, Chief Programs Officer, and a Chief Operating Officer. Those 2 positions will be posted and filled. As per the sunset recommendation, the new organizational chart includes the creation of the Office of Strategic Initiatives and Modernization, which would be led by Andy Barbie. The sunset report recommends the merger of the Rehabilitation and Reentry Integration Division to create the new Rehabilitation and Reentry Division, which would be led by April Zamora. The new structure also includes the deletion of the Private Facility Contract Monitoring and Oversight Division, with the duties of that division to be divided among the Correctional Institutions Division, the Rehabilitation and Reentry Programs Division, and the Parole Division. A new Chaplaincy and Volunteer Services Division will be created and led by Chris Carter. A new Business and Finance Division will be created, along with a new Classification and Transportation Division, both of which would be filled or posted. In this new structure, division directors will continue to report to the executive director and will work closely with their respective deputy director. If these changes are approved, we will begin next week with the process of implementation to include posting the first round of those positions. Chairman, that concludes my remarks, and I'm certainly available for questions.
Just want to note for the record that this revised organizational structure, and the way that Mr. Collier has described, has been presented to the board, and obviously subject to board action in open meeting here, if approved, will be posted, I'm sure, very swiftly to our website so that members of the public can see this reorganization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and I apologize for not having the visual for you this morning. I thought I did.
No apologies necessary. I just want everybody to know that the board has had a chance to review this and to consider this. And I believe, subject to any additional questions, we may be ready to take action. Any other questions or comments from the members of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a motion. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the TBCJ organizational structure and renaming of divisions as presented.
Very good, Ambassador Siv. I have a motion from Ambassador Siv. Is there a second? Second. I've got a motion from Ambassador Siv. I had a number of seconds, but I heard one from Dr. Burrow, so I'll take that one. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you all.
All right, can we have a co-second? Can we note for the minutes that we have a co-second? We have, all right. The next item on our agenda is the Internal Audit Status Report. Internal Audit Director, Mr. Chris Cerrito, will be presenting. Mr. Cerrito, if you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Collier, members. I will proceed with the report. Before beginning, and I haven't discussed this in a meeting before, this status report is a snapshot in time. The date on this status report, as you can see, is October the 2nd. We never stop moving forward, so when I give you updates, that's because things have changed in the short time since October the 2nd. And I don't think that I've ever said that in an open board meeting. That's what all the changes are about, is we put it together, we submit it to the board office so that it can get, in your packets, but we keep working during that time period. So as we go through it, I'll have a few updates that I can tell you. We've got an updated status on some of these projects. With that, I'll move forward. We're going to look at our fiscal year 2023 projects. Sometimes projects, they take a while. You get in, they go a little bit longer than you thought, and we're always going to take the time necessary to do the work. So Project 2302, Parole Division Culture, that is now an initial draft report. We actually have a meeting with Mr. Hinojosa and his team on Monday. Project 2309, which is investigation of sexual assault allegations, that is a final report that has been issued to the board. Our fiscal year 2024 projects, here's my first change. Project 2401, Correctional Information Technology System Consultation, that's now a final report. I issued that report to the board, I believe, on Wednesday. We also had, in 2024, we had 8 full scope audits. 3 of them have been completed in their entirety. We also have 3 that are currently in the reporting phase, 2402, 2404, and 2406. 2406, very quickly, I met with Mr. Patrick yesterday, and we'll be moving forward with a proposed final report probably sometime next week. We also have 1 that's ongoing, which is incident reporting within the Department of Criminal Justice. And then 1, as you know from our meeting in August, has been postponed and was actually moved forward to the 2025 approved plan. Also, as a part of our fiscal year 2024 projects, we have some ongoing projects. 2411, which is our emerging risks. We have classification and records, state ready. That's an initial draft report, and we're currently in the process of discussing that language with management, with Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. Lumpkin. We'll be moving with that very quickly. We currently are assisting OIG on 2 investigative projects. We finished our walkthrough on artificial intelligence readiness. And our action plan tracking for fiscal year 24, that is complete because we're now in fiscal year 25. Our 25 projects, we have 1 consultation that is ongoing. That's 2502. That's a consultation on inmate custody. That annual audit plan includes 10 full scope projects. 2 have been assigned and are ongoing. The first one, 2507, that's Windham School District, Career and Technical Education Tool Control. And then 2508 is an efficiency audit of the purchasing and procurement process. 8 of those have not yet been assigned. We also have a walkthrough, and as you know, walkthroughs are where we go update our risk assessment, we learn more, and sometimes we issue a white paper to the board for kind of informational purposes for y'all. We are currently conducting a walkthrough on the digital mail system, which is very timely given the conversation this morning. And actually, this came about as some conversations with the chairman of some curiosity that he had that, quite frankly, I didn't have the answer to. And as you know, I'm not going to give you an answer if I don't know the answer. I'm going to go learn. So we're doing that. 2515, which is our action plan, tracking and follow-up, that is ongoing, and we'll continue to do that throughout the year. Lastly, before I conclude, as you can see, I came with an entire entourage today. Not all my staff is here, but we have a collection of mascots, jiu-jitsu practitioners, power lifters, and so if you would indulge me, if you guys would just please stand just for a minute. These are the people that make me look good. Renee just got back from the Dominican Republic last night and had to fly through to Miami, so it was a very late night for her. And Charlotte Jeffcoat is in Hawaii again. So,
well, if we can give everybody a round of applause, please. Thank you all for being here.
That concludes my update. I will pause now for any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board with respect to Mr. Cerrito's report? If not, Mr. Cerrito, I believe you have one additional item that you want to raise with us, so please proceed.
Yes, as the next agenda item, there is discussion and consideration of renaming our division. I'll give you a little bit of background of how this came about. As you know, over the past year or so in board meetings, I've been talking about changing the updated and significantly revised global auditing standards. That resulted in a need to update our board policy, which is also known as our internal audit charter. And as a part of that process with that comprehensive revision, we work with executive services and their team to facilitate that. And Judge Francis, when I hear the name Jason Clark, I think of a lot of things, and none of them are virtual court. But what I do think about is a trusted advisor. Jason shoots very straight with me, and he and I have some very, very good conversations. As a part of this review, he reached out and he called me and he said, you're the only direct report that has the name division in your title. That might be confusing for the public. That might unintentionally give a wrong message that I report to TBCJ and I report to Mr. Collier instead of the board itself. And so as a part of that, and I said, that's a good idea. So we started brainstorming of some names, and really came up with the name, the Office of the Independent Auditor, which would make us consistent with the Office of the Inspector General and the Office of the Independent Ombudsman. And so with that, I respectfully request the name change from the Internal Audit Division to the Office of the Independent Auditor.
All right, and with that good report, any questions or comments? I see Judge Francis, you're like.
Just quick, this will be my last one. Otherwise, they're going to add this to the list of reasons that you can disqualify a board member. Too many questions and comments. Judge Johnson and I are worried about that. I thought y'all were working on an acronym so that the new name corresponds with EIEIO.
I couldn't make it to where we needed to sing Old MacDonald Had a Farm.
A couple of more words, and we could do that.
But we do have OIG, OIO, and OIA, so it's close.
All right.
Like a Christmas jingle, please.
I think we can do it, and I'll have my Santa hat in December.
Thank you. And with those comments from the board, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the renaming of the Internal Audit Division to Office of the Independent Auditor as presented.
I have a motion from General Welch. Do I have a second? I have a motion from General Welch. I have a second from Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Cerrito.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $1 million. Mr. Ron Steffa, our Chief Financial Officer, please join us at the podium. And when you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. I'll be bringing 3 purchases before you today for your consideration and approval. They can be found on page 127 behind tab M of your booklet. The first item is an increase to the fiscal year 24-25 contract for X-ray security scanners due to an increase in quantity. With this approval, we'll purchase 3 additional scanners, and they will be used at the Clements unit, Lewis unit, and the Smith unit. Item 2 is the fiscal year 25 contract for the purchase and installation of video surveillance systems in security transport vehicles. And the third item is a new fiscal year 25 contract for the replacement of vehicles for agency transportation needs. That concludes the presentation. I'll pause for any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board on these items? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, sir, I move the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approves purchases and contracts over $1 million as presented by Mr. Steffa.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. And I will take certainly the loudest second. So I will take the second from Judge Johnson, Vice Chair Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Stefano. As a board, we believe it is important for us and both for us and the public to receive updates from the organizations that, as you heard from Mr. Cerrito, report directly to this board. We will now hear a report on the Office of the Inspector General from Inspector General Mr. Chris Love. If you're ready, when you're ready, Mr. Love, please proceed.
Don't mash it, touch it. Mr. Chairman, members, Mr. Collier, my name is Chris Love, and I am honored to serve as your Inspector General and to serve our community, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Thank you for allowing me some time, to share some updates within OIG. Reporting directly to the TBCJ, Texas Board of Criminal Justice, the Inspector General oversees OIG criminal investigations, ensures enforcement of various laws and regulations, as well as monitors compliance with established laws, agency policies, and regulations in order to make recommendations for appropriate action to the TBCJ. This month, I would like to discuss OIG's criminal investigative operations. As you see on this first slide here, there are 6 captains, 4 deputy directors, and our general counsel listed here. However, I didn't ask for permission, so I'm going to ask for forgiveness. There are 2 people that are here and present. I don't know that Tracy Smith is in the room, but Lisa Trular is right to my left. Phenomenal leadership within OIG. Tracy Smith is our Staff Services Officer, and Lisa Trular is our Executive Assistant and Criminal Analyst, if I may add. As again, I would like to discuss our criminal investigative operations. And investigative operations investigates allegation of criminal activity and misconduct that impact TDCJ programs, personnel, resources, including waste, fraud, and abuse. The criminal investigative operations consist of 4 investigative regions divided into 2 separate areas of operation: the northern area and the southern area of operation. And if you will, I'll let you go ahead and move to the map. If you will, that kind of depicts, each region, A, B, C, and D, and how they're divided. So within these regions, OIG has approximately 100 investigators assigned to TCJ prison units throughout the state who conduct criminal and administrative investigations both within and with a nexus to the TDCJ prison units. In fiscal year 2024, OIG initiated over 12,000 criminal investigations. This was also approximately the number in fiscal year 2023. These offenses ranged from possession of a prohibited item in a correctional facility to crimes involving homicide, sexual assaults, and assaults. The role of the criminal investigator is paramount to a successful operation. The criminal investigator is a fact finder, and each piece of information and evidence is vital to the outcome of the investigation. OIG Criminal Investigative Operations is supported by OIG Special Operations, Support Services Operations, the Strike Force, which I mentioned in the last board meeting, and the TBCJ Fusion Center. Some of the examples of this investigative support include crime scene investigation, evidence collection, surveillance, both physical and electronic, interview and interrogation, cell phone forensics, and analytics. One update I would like to bring to you, I talked to you before about establishing an MOU with Special Prosecution Unit. One of the things that we've been working with and are now going to initiate, we'll continue to work with SPU to enhance OIG's investigative resources by providing training on investigative techniques, filing criminal charges, and prosecution of sexual assault investigations. Continued training in the investigation of sexual assaults will be provided by SPU prosecutor Natalie McKinnon to OIG investigators throughout the state. This training will begin and is scheduled for our Southern Area investigative staff first on November the 12th of this year. Through enhanced methods of operations and training, the Criminal Investigative Operations is committed to conducting the most accurate and thorough investigations. The OIG is dedicated to promoting public safety inside and outside of the prison system and ensuring the integrity of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Love, for that presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, thank you so much for what you're doing and appreciate the work of all of the hardworking women and men within your organization. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The next item on our agenda is a report from the Office of the Independent Ombudsman. Independent Ombudsman Director Brian Patrick will be presenting. Mr. Patrick, if you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, Mr. Collier. For the reporting period of July 16th of this year through September 15th of this year, the Independent Ombudsman's Office received 945 inquiries, 899 were from the general public, and 46 were from elected officials. Our top three codes for the inquiries that were submitted: life and safety concerns, excessive and extreme temperature conditions, and facility-related issues. And as you'll probably note from my past presentations, this is about a common theme for the top three issues that we typically see in any reporting period.
Thank you, sir, for that report. And I just want to say for the record that I had the opportunity recently to come to the office and visit with staff and want to commend you and all of your staff for maintaining first and foremost, a very professional and efficient workplace.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And also for all of the work that is done, not only in that workspace, but also all around the state, because I think people need to appreciate that members of the Independent Ombudsman staff are traveling to every corner of our state to be able to engage in their work, and the fact that that your office is able to process a large volume of inquiries with care and thoughtfulness is a great credit to your group. So very much appreciate it. Any other comments or questions from the board? If not, thank you very much for your report today.
Thank you, sir.
Continuing with the updates from our board direct reports, the next item on the agenda is a report from the Director of the State Council for Offenders, Mr. Wyvon Long. If you're ready, Ms. Long, please proceed.
I'm ready. Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, board members, Mr. Collier. In the third quarter, State Council for Offenders opened 567 cases. We closed 331 cases. We currently have active 1,540 cases. We conducted 402 interviews and managed over 6,000 pieces of correspondence in the last 3 months. We recently hired 2 new criminal attorneys in our criminal section, and today we are interviewing a young man who is interested in coming to work in our civil section. We're continuing outreach to law schools, hoping to draw some more attorneys. Next week, Judge Francis, we will have our first virtual attorney-client visit where we will preserve the attorney-client privilege. It's been a little challenging, but Mr. Dunbar's people with the Arm Division have been very helpful. And we had the technology, it was just getting the space to make sure that it was going to be private. And so we're excited about that. It's going to save the agency money, wear and tear on the fleet vehicles, as well as a lot of attorney time. So we really appreciate your help with that. Judge Francis was really a catalyst in making that happen. There you go. You're all things to all things to all people. Recently, Legal Services secured the release of a client that had been civilly committed in 2014. In August of last year, he moved to Tier 5 in TICO at the Littlefield facility. And in April of this year, the state's own expert concluded that he no longer suffered from a behavioral abnormality. State Counsel for Offenders filed an authorized petition for his release, and he was released from civil commitment in August of this year. Very excited about that. And also, our civil section received a no verdict in Gregg County. This gentleman came to TBCJ 20 years ago with sexual assault charges, and he was, of course, going to be civilly committed. When they returned the no verdict, I talked with him, and he said, when I came to TBCJ 20 years ago, I said, I have to get my life together. I can't do this. And he availed himself of the opportunities for religious interactions. He started going to church, he was in the choir, but he also got his GED. He also got a certificate for mechanics, working on trucks, and he worked in the Michael unit for some time doing that. And so when he got a positive parole vote, he was able to take SOTP training. He did very well in that, and then went to trial in Gregg County. Our expert testified that she did not believe he suffered from a behavioral abnormality, and 12 Gregg County jurors agreed. And so I'm going to call him Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones will be going home to his 4 sisters within the next probably 6 months. We're very excited about that, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Long, for your report. And again, I think I'm overdue for another trip to y'all's office to go thank all the members of your staff for the great work that they're doing in representing members of our population on many issues, including the ones that you mentioned. So we appreciate the professionalism with which you and your staff approach your work every day.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? If not, Ms. Long, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
The next item on our agenda is a report from the Prison Rape Elimination Act Ombudsman, Ms. Cassandra McGilbra. Ms. McGilbra, you've already joined us at the podium, and if you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Mr. Collier, and board members. I have a brief update of the PRIA Ombudsman Office. For the updates for July 2024 through September 24, the PRIA Ombudsman activities were, for the Ombudsman side, we had 528 PRIA Ombudsman inquiries. 263 were from the general public, 264 were from inmates, and 1 legislative. Updates for the Ombudsman activity. The PRIA Ombudsman attended the PRIA Coordinators Conference in Buffalo, New York in 2024, and attended the ACA Conference in Nashville, Tennessee in August of 2024. I just wanted to discuss the PRIA Ombudsman, the attendance of the PRIA Coordinators Conference in Buffalo, New York. The focus of that conference this year was administrative investigation techniques, sexual assault exams, and self-care of the investigators. And so what it is that we had coordinators from all over the United States come in. We bounced ideas off of each other. And we were told that the PRIA Resource Center was going to initiate a PATE program, which is the PRIA Academy investigative training, in which they would allow 2 investigators from each one of the programs that are involved with PRIA to attend a 14-week virtual training for investigators. And so they submitted the information to Mr. Collier's office, and Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Lumpkin's group nominated 2 staff that will be attending that training starting in December of this year.
Excellent.
And just to give some highlights of the PRIA Ombudsman staff, it looked like something got cut out. The regional PRIA auditors compliance special attended the statewide Safe Prisons PRIA managers training, and that was they presented at that training for all of the agencies PRIA unit managers that was held in Huntsville in September. And then we also had our community confinement compliance manager attend the CJAD training in Austin of August of 2024. So in the picture that we have, I think that's Ms. Davis. She's from the Cofield unit, who was nominated as one of those trainer, and she was nominated by Region 2 as their PRIA compliance manager for that facility, for that region, I'm sorry. Okay, and the PRIA Ombudsman Spotlight staff, you can go to the picture. I told you I would have pictures, Ms. Francis. I didn't get everybody this time, but I'm gonna get these. For the PRIA Ombudsman staff, we have Mr. James Booker, who is our Manager 1. Rakesha Grisby, she's admin assistant 3. Briara James, admin assistant 3. Mr. John Kamich, he's one of our PRIA Ombudsman. And Donna Vasquez, who is one of our other PRIA Ombudsman. And I have to say, I have pretty good staff that works real hard based on the subject topics that we have to deal with and the number of calls and inquiries that we get, because we also get inquiries from inmates as well. And I just want to say that I'm proud and I really love my job.
Well, you are justifiably proud, and you're also very, not only of the role, but also of an excellent staff. So we appreciate everything that you and your staff are doing to make sure that we can effectively deal with the issue of the very important issue of reducing these types of incidents in our system. So thank you very much.
Right.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, because it's such an important program, and we do appreciate that. Your report shows that there are 525 PRIA inquiries. However, 263 are general public, 264 inmate, and 1 legislative. I imagine some of those are duplications. In other words, both the general public and the inmate are complaining about the same incident. Is that not correct, or are these, there are indeed 528 individual unique instances?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Typically, when we get the inquiries from the general public, they're on behalf of the inmates. And then also our office is the our reporting process for inmates that want to report anonymously or remain, have their information confidential. So we do get a lot of reports from them. Now, we do have repeat offenders that continuously report, but typically if it's the family members, they're reporting on behalf of the individuals.
Right, but again, they're unique. This
Yes,
is,
sir.
in other words, the same person is not the inmate and the
No,
public
sir. No, sir.
reporting the same incident.
No, sir.
Okay,
No,
there's
sir.
a lot of them then, and
Yes,
that's a
sir.
problem. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you, Ms. McGilvray. We appreciate you. At this point, I think I'm going to exercise chair privilege and adjourn our meeting for just a few minutes so that we can all be comfortable in our roles. And so we will stand adjourned, and we will reconvene at no later than 12:40. Yes. Yes, I do want to hear about that. And also, we need a budget time. Don't we need a budget time? We'll keep it going. The 237th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now reconvened, and the next item on our agenda is the TBCJ Parole Division Spotlight. As we have done in prior meetings, and as we will continue to do in future meetings, we take this opportunity to showcase the great work of the parole officers who are manning the front lines of our parole supervision system in Texas, and by doing that work, changing lives and making Texas a safer place. We're going to again call upon Mr. Rene Hinojosa, the Parole Division Director, to join us at the podium. And Mr. Hinojosa, I understand you will be introducing Parole Officer Marie Masabny as part of this meeting spotlight. And when you are ready, sir, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols.
If you just turn on your mic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Did that work? Thank you, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members of the board, for again allowing us to come up here and celebrate the Parole Division, not only our great staff, but also the success of our parole clients. It's an honor today for me to introduce Parole Officer Marie Masabny. She's been a parole officer with us since November of 2022. She works at the Bryan District Parole Office here in town. In that short time, she's supervised not only our regular caseload and our administrative caseload. Here recently, she's taken on the big challenge of supervising our substance use caseload. She currently supervises our clients that are receiving treatment here locally at one of our transitional treatment centers, BV Casa. Supervising our therapeutic committee or our substance abuse caseload is very challenging, as many of you all know. But according to Parole Officer Masabny, that's not only the biggest challenge that she faces. She's a proud parent. Her son is an A&M graduate from here locally, and her daughter is a Longhorn. So deciding which team to cheer for is more challenging than supervising our caseload. So please help me recognize and introduce or welcome P.O. Masabny.
Good afternoon. Oh, I can't hear. I'm too short, right? My name is Marie Masabny. I'm a parole officer at Bryan College Station District Parole Office. I want to take a moment to thank Chairman Nicholas, Mr. Collier, the board, and Mr. Hinojosa for allowing me the opportunity to highlight parole and our clients. As an immigrant from Lebanon who witnessed the Civil War, I value life and getting a second chance to people to live better. Because of this belief, I joined an internship in chemical dependency in which I met many parole officers who inspired me to join the Parole Division. I chose a career in parole because it's offered me the opportunity to help individuals who get another chance and to see positive change one can make in someone's life. In order to do so, I took anger management courses and several trainings which equip me to provide the support that my clients need. Parole allows me to do this on a daily basis. As a parole officer, immigrant, and a single mom, this career has challenged me to grow at the personal and professional levels while making a difference in my client's life. I have the opportunity to supervise many clients and many different caseloads, and currently the TC caseload. The TC caseload is geared to supervise clients who have been identified with relapse and back into substance abuse behavior. As a TC parole officer, my role is to assist and guide clients to stay sober and become law-abiding citizens. A good example of this is my client, Teresa Mondragon. Ms. Mondragon has intensive history of substance abuse since the age of 15. Ms. Mondragon was amazingly willing to change her life. She completed the IPTC program while she was incarcerated. She has been released since 2022. She successfully completed 60 days inpatient residential program, and then she completed 7 months outpatient supported program. Currently, she is in peer support phase, which she will complete next week. Ms. Mondragon started to work at Sonic as a car hop worker or as a crew member. In 2023, she was promoted as assistant manager. Because of her work ethics and perseverance, Ms. Mondragon currently is the co-manager at the same location where she started as a car hopper. Please help me welcome Mrs. Mondragon.
Good afternoon. This is a true honor to be here today. I am grateful for the opportunity to share with you my testimony. Merriam-Webster defines success as a favorable and desired outcome, and today I can proudly say that is an accurate definition of the life I live now. I started out life with criminal activity. I grew up knowing what drugs and violence were at a very young age because it went into the walls of my house I lived in. Some would say it would be embeddable, but I didn't favor drugs themselves. I started selling and became addicted to the money and the lifestyle that came with it. I'm a hustler by nature, and my work ethic is my strongest attribute. Every job I've ever had or held, I've always immersed myself into, moved up quickly, and reached the top. So when I started dealing, the same mentality was used, which of course came with a lot of consequences. I started getting into trouble and eventually lost everything I cared about. I was in an extremely violent relationship and had already been incarcerated once from the choices I was making. So when I got arrested the last time, I accepted my fate and asked God for guidance. I was tired of fighting, and I didn't know what I needed other than a change. The 8 years I was in prison, I had plenty of time to think about what I wanted. When I was granted parole, it was with the completion of the SAFE program, where I learned how to process my impulse thinking when making decisions. I was released to the TC program and have successfully completed phase 1 and 2. I also had time to think about my freedom, my family, and happiness. When I was released in 2022, I hit the ground running with those priorities a constant in the front of my mind. Every decision I made, I considered if it would put them at risk. I got a job at Sonic while I was in the halfway house and started off as a car hop. 4 months later, I was promoted to manager. 5 months after, I was promoted to assistant manager. 5 months after, I was promoted to a manager, and now I have been the store co-manager for over a year. Being as we are one of the only establishments that hire halfway house residents, we have a plethora of them revolving in and out of our staff. I share my story with them willingly and with the intent and hopes to boost moral and confidence. I have a house in a nice neighborhood and own a car now. I'm able to afford the things I want and like while also supporting others. I have a healthy relationship with my family, and it grows stronger as time passes. I'm genuinely happy. I have acquired all I set out for and have maintained everything by thinking of what's important to me before acting on impulse and making decisions that won't put me or them at risk. Thank you for your time. It is truly a blessing to be able to share my story with you today.
Ms. Munn. I think the theme for this meeting is courage. It's very appropriate in a month where we are recognizing Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And Ms. Mondragon, you're the latest example of courage for us to come forward with your testimony, your story, which is extremely important, and it's important for us to hear.
Yes, sir.
Because we need to know, as a board, the impact that these programs are having, and to have someone assist you in the journey, such as Ms. Masabni, is especially important for us to be aware of. So thank you both for being here. Thank you both for your courage. And Ms. Masabni, thank you so much for your dedication to the mission of the Parole Division. And I'll say it again, another example of how the journey, the rehabilitation has to be done one person at a time. And so thank you all both very much for being here. Any other comments or questions from the board? Thank you again.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a presentation from Andy Barbie, Director of TBCJ Research and Development, titled Engaging the Field. Mr. Barbie, when you're ready, please begin.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, members of the board, Director Collier. On? Good. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be able to stand in front of you this morning and share what I think is a big deal presentation. Kind of continuing the theme of some of this morning's presentations about tackling challenges head on, standing in the arena, and looking squarely at what's in front of you. That's what I'm going to talk about a little bit this morning. I'm going to talk to you about what we've been doing in terms of surveying correctional officers in the field. But before I get into the specifics, I do have a few opening remarks I just want to highlight. First of all, I want to thank Director Collier for creating the opportunity for the agency to do this work. We engaged in this knowing we would learn some tough things, and it takes a real leader to have that courageous willingness to do this. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Mendoza. In my time with the agency, there are a number of refrains that have become kind of part of my new lexicon, and many of those come from Mr. Mendoza. But one of the ones that is most imprinted upon me is listen to what they're telling us in the field. The men and women that are running the prisons, whether it's the wardens or their leadership teams or the correctional officers, they know better than anybody what's going on. And so it's with that spirit that the agency has embarked on a process of surveying correctional officers in our field and learning some things that we knew would be tough to learn, but also learning some really good things that we can build upon. And so I want to share with you all what we've been learning. But very quickly, before I dive into the details, I do just want to spotlight a member of the research team without whom we would not be able to do this work. Dr. Wesley Smith, if you'd please stand up. I just really want to spotlight the work that he's done in enabling us to support this work. It's very important, and it would not be possible without him. Thank you, Wesley. So just to kind of illustrate where we're at in our field, and I'll preface this by saying Texas is not unique in what I'm about to share with you. Correctional departments across the country are facing very significant challenges when it comes to correctional officer staffing. We obviously are coming out of the pandemic and are out of it, but it was a really, really tough blow to us with regards to correctional officer staffing. In the midst of the pandemic, we got as far down as 33% of our positions being vacant. Today, about 25% of our correctional officer positions are vacant. But to put that into context, in 2016, only about 8% of our positions were vacant. And that's with basically a steady number of authorized positions. So that gives you kind of an idea of the trajectory that we've been on and the challenge that we've been facing. As we all know, we've had pay raises that have been very effective and positive for our workforce. But anyone that's worked for any length of time knows that you don't do work for money alone. And while the pay raises have been very positive for us, by no means have they been a silver bullet. And so what we realized we needed to do was learn more about what is attractive and what is unattractive about our work environment and the atmosphere. Because fundamentally, people stay because of people and leadership, or they leave because of people and leadership. So prior to this recent emphasis, it is important to make clear this is not the first time our staff have ever been surveyed. I think virtually all state agencies in Texas are required by statute to have some process of engaging the field. And for the longest time, we've relied on a process that's been carried out by a university. It's a large agency-based survey that's really for generic Acme state agency that's not specific to corrections. And when we've deployed that survey to our correctional officers in the past, maybe 10% of them have responded to that survey. So we've never truly learned a lot about our field from that pre-existing survey. So we decided we need to take a new approach. We need to do something differently. And understanding that that pre-existing survey was paper and pencil, you had to write some identifying information on it, a lot of people didn't trust that the information they were providing was being treated confidentially and anonymously. So we knew with whatever new endeavor we were going to do, the field had to view it as an anonymous survey. And so we're working with a private vendor to ensure that the way we are carrying out this surveying guarantees anonymity and confidentiality for those respondents. We've worked closely with Director Hernandez and her communications team to explain the survey to the field. We didn't just release it coldly to them. Working with Mr. Collier, we made videos and really took an effort to educate the field about what it is that we were trying to do and why it was so important. Thus far, we've got about a 25% response rate for this survey. So we are getting more than twice the response rate than that historical survey that we relied upon through university assistance. And this survey is identifying areas of strength as well as areas where we can improve. And I think it's important to note that this is really an exciting opportunity. Yes, there are things you sometimes learn about yourselves that you wish wasn't the way people perceived you. But when you learn that, it helps you know what you can work on. And a lot of what we're learning in here that we can wrap our arms around is not going to require a change in statute, and it's not going to require an appropriation. And to me, that is the good news of what we're doing with this survey. So the basic structure of the survey, it is delivered on a cell phone. It takes less than about 10 minutes to respond to and complete. Every month, we randomly identify a little more than 1,000 correctional officers that survey goes out to. It goes to their cell phone numbers that they provide to us just as part of being an employee with the agency. And again, we're getting about a 25% response rate month after month. The areas that we're surveying on basically touch on organizational culture, their working style and orientation, their satisfaction with employment at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and their perceived alignment with us as an organization. And there are also some open-ended qualitative questions at the end of the survey where they can tell us anything they want to tell us in case we didn't ask about it. So who is responding to the survey? The good news is that the responses are essentially a mirror of the field of correctional officers, whether you look at it in terms of the rank, gender, race, ethnicity. All of the response rates are a direct reflection in a mirror-like sense of the field. So that tells us that these responses are in fact representative of our field of correctional officers. We've got 93 units out of our 100 plus units that have responded, so we've got very broad-based coverage. And right now, our maximum security units account for about 35% of all of our responses to date. So by no means are these responses skewed in a way that it's not picking up on the most challenging working environments in our system. So what are we learning? We've broken these results down on a scale that all of us can understand if we went to school in this country. It's on a scale of 0 to 100. So just like the kinds of grades that we got when we were in classes growing up here, that's the kind of scale that this is on. So with regards to organizational culture, we score a 51 out of 100. I'll let that speak for itself. But it's not simply negative stuff. Yes, on this organizational culture, staff are telling us things like, we don't treat each other with appropriate levels of respect. and our supervisors sometimes humiliate us. Not reflected here, but another response we get there is that overwhelmingly, the perception is that women are treated the same as men at our units. So we have good things that we are learning in the survey. It's not only hard to swallow information. In terms of working style, and by working style, really what we're probing is, why do you think you're doing this kind of work? Are you here to punish people, or are you here to help people improve themselves and get themselves better and ready for reentering society? And we get a 72 out of 100 on this scale, which means essentially 3/4 of our officers believe they're here to help rehabilitate people and to make people better candidates for reentering society. And that's what we want to see. We are not an organization that exists to punish people. We're an organization that exists to enhance public safety by rehabilitating people. So it's very good to see that that is the posture that 3/4 of our staff have. In terms of employment satisfaction, fortunately, more than half of those who respond to the survey, they tell us they want to retire with the agency. You're not going to hear that if people don't fundamentally like you. But 2/3 of the information tell us that they think they could find a better job than the job they currently have at TBCJ. So they want to be here. They want to retire with us, but they are saying, but I think I could probably find a better job. More than half, in fact, have thought about quitting the agency in the last 6 months. In terms of organizational alignment, 3/4 of officers tell us they very much care about this agency. They're not shy about telling people that they work with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, but only about half of them feel that the agency inspires them to deliver the best day in and day out. When we look to those open-ended questions, and this is a lot of hard work to mine this information, but it's very much worth it because we see a lot of very valuable information in here. But when you look at those open-ended questions thematically, basically there are 3 categories that are the most recurring places where their answers are falling. Number 1 is compensation. Not to be surprised. Everybody wants more of that respect you can fold and put in a billfold. But they also talk about leadership effectiveness and accountability. We don't need statute for that. We don't need a line item appropriation for that. And they also tell us about training and the standards for hire. Again, these are things that we control and we can wrap our arms around on our own without any guidance from the legislature or extra money. So as we take this information in and we're learning, what are we doing? How are we moving forward with this information? Well, we're reviewing strategies, obviously, to address the things that we're learning. And some of them are relatively simple. So, for example, we've learned through this surveying that we could do better at just clarifying various things about the agency's policies. For example, there's a misunderstanding, a misperception in the field that our policies for disciplinaries that there's nothing in there for retaliation if it's committed by a supervisor. But we absolutely have policies that address that. So a lot of these challenges are just us doing a better job of clarifying what is and what isn't to the field. We have already begun deploying additional new iterations of surveys to address the topics such as training. One of the things that we learned the most about in that first wave of surveying was perceptions of training, and that they wanted to see better training. And Director Yebra, working in concert with the CID team, they are developing whole new approaches to the way that they're delivering training. Communication, again, mentioning the work that Director Hernandez and her team is doing. We've been making videos reflecting back to the field. We asked you to participate in the survey. You did participate in the survey. This is what you've been telling us, and these are the things that we are now going to start doing to address what you've told us. And that is a very important loop to maintain, because if we don't maintain that loop, the surveying loses validity. The staff will view it as something that they're just doing to make themselves feel better, but they're not returning what they're learning back to the field. Eventually, we want to expand this to the rest of the agency. It's alluded to in the Sunset Report. We know that what we're learning from our correctional officers is giving us rich information that we can act upon And we know we will get similar types of feedback when we expand this to the rest of the agency moving forward. I stand open for any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barbie. You're right. That is a very thought-provoking presentation, and it's given us a lot to think about. Will you be obviously willing to come back and report to us about with an update on the moving forward piece of this as we go forward on this project?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Collier?
I was just going to say, Chairman, if it's okay with you, I would probably prefer the new director of the Strategic Initiatives and Modernization Office present on it next time.
And who might that be?
Mr. Barbie.
Well, that was actually my second question, which is this reflective of the type of initiatives that the Office of Strategic Initiatives and Modernization will be conducting?
I believe so, and I hope others do as well.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Questions from, I see a lot of lights up, so we'll start at the end. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Very great report. But my question was, your survey included officers only. So I'm assuming when you said expand, then we'll be talking about support staff, non-officers, to be able to receive input from them in terms of their concerns and their ideas and their observations and their opinions. Is that what you are making a reference to?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Absolutely. I envision a future where it does not matter the title of your position in the agency, whether you're the executive director or someone on day one as an assistant. Everybody should eventually be someone we're learning from.
Yeah, that was my thought. Okay, great deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barbie. Good report, good information. I am intrigued by two slides here. One is the employment satisfaction. In the three components here, is there any way you can look at the length of the people who stay, who answer these questions? Maybe in your next research?
Yes, in fact, you've teed up a perfect question. So the way that we're administering the survey, not only can we delineate response types, is it someone that's been with us for 6 months versus 6 years versus 26 years, but for those that are with us for a span of time, they may take the survey multiple times over a 2 or 3 year period. And so we will also be able to track our individual perceptions changing over time.
Okay, the next one is organizational alignment. Half of officers do not feel TDCJ inspired them to perform at their best. Is there a follow-up question as to why they were not inspired?
Yes, mostly in the form of those open-ended questions.
Okay.
And that's where they were able to elaborate on their feelings with regards to whether or not the agency inspired them. And yes.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? If not, Mr. Barbie, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is a production overview from Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Director, Mr. Bill Lewis. Mr. Lewis, this is an especially timely report for this board because, as you know, our board members had the opportunity yesterday to visit Buffalo Ranch just down the road from where we are here in College Station. Some of us, I don't know if we have any photos to show, but some of us even had the opportunity to view the cattle and other operations at the ranch by horseback, no less. And so with that intro, Mr. Lewis, if you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon. Today's presentation will provide a snapshot regarding production levels for products and services offered by MA&L, which is Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics. Starting before the COVID pandemic in 2019 until the current output we currently produce. While this presentation will focus on production, I cannot stress enough that production is not possible without job skills training for the men and women assigned to work in our facilities. It is because we have the responsibility of assisting individuals to reach their fullest potential through employment readiness, opportunities, and any products that are made or services rendered. The MAL division is comprised of 6 functional areas, first of which is agribusiness, land, and minerals, financial operations, number 2, inmate transportation, inmate programs, Texas correctional industries, and transportation and supply. As you see in the chart in your book, it is the mission of the Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Division to provide inmates with job skills in its industry, agriculture, and logistics operations to enhance reentry success while providing quality products and services for the agency and governmental entities. The division also safely and securely transports incarcerated felons, individuals through its inmate transportation operations. The Agribusiness, Land, and Minerals Department consists of 3 functional areas: our business management operations, crops and equipment enterprises, and our livestock enterprises. Business management operations is responsible for maintaining agency records relevant to TBCJ land issues, including abstracts, deeds, easement, seismic permits, land, oil, and gas leases. And the department also provides financial management and cost accounting for agricultural operations across the state of Texas. TBCJ manages 133,757.5 acres across Texas, with the vast majority of that being used for agriculture use. Next slide, please. The Crops and Equipment Enterprise manages the production of field and edible crops for TBCJ use. This includes processing edible crops at the Terrell Cannery, which are later used by TBCJ food service kitchens. Crops and Equipment also provide services and support services such as farm shops, a combine repair, and cotton gins. Cotton grown by TBCJ is harvested, processed, and once woven, used to produce inmate clothing. The agency depends on these items to offset as well the cost of feeding and clothing the inmate. Next slide. The Livestock Department is responsible for managing operations such as the beef cattle program, heifer program, broodmare and horse development, poultry and laying hen operations, farrowing to finish and swine operations, feed production facilities, and meat processing plant. This department provides correctional staff with horses at TBCJ units, as well as K-9 programs and field force operations. Next slide. There's the pictures you were referring to, Chairman. You can look at the men and women that were out riding at Buffalo Ranch yesterday on our horses. Kind of a side note for that, we had our horse sale on Labor Day over there, and some of these horses are offspring of those horses. Sold 50 horses, 5 brood mares for $662,000. Very proud of how that went. So, good looking group right there. The guy in the middle with the cowboy hat in the back, kind of a big fella, is probably the best looking one. That'd be me, but anyway, I do want to say thank y'all for coming out and supporting what we do. Our folks were out there yesterday and we're very impressed and very pleased of you coming out and seeing what they do every day. And I'll talk a little bit about the men and women in MAL, but thank y'all for supporting us and coming out and being with us. We'll talk about production trends relating to feed. Approximately 1 million pounds of feed is used each week. It takes us about 52 million pounds of feed annually to feed our swine program, our beef cattle program, and our poultry program. 7,000, we're looking at about 40 million pounds of corn, 12 million pounds of milo per year. During 2023, Crops and Equipment provided over 86.5% of the agency's corn and milo feeds, with 39.1 million pounds of corn and 5 million pounds of milo grown. 2019, as you can see in the charts, produced just 22.6 million pounds of corn, 661,000 pounds of milo, and production increases and decreases for crops have not been only impacted by COVID alone. As the graph to the left portrays, production can vary greatly from year to year, from droughts to excessive rain, to hurricanes. As it affects TBCJ, it affects the civilian farming enterprises as well. Due to those weather conditions and excessive heat, for example, while the season is not over and the final report's not available, corn production has diminished a little bit this year just due to excessive rain. Ellis unit encountered over 31 inches in 1 month. For the last 2 years, I think anybody in agriculture knows the droughts have just absolutely devastated most of the field crop markets, and we continue to do that, and that's farming. When you do that, you get it. But while the pandemic impacted production through mal in several areas, we've recuperated a lot since COVID and returned to pre-pandemic production numbers. ALM department was able to maintain levels of production. If you look at our pork product and beef trim there on your note, you'll find out that we're actually above where we were pre-COVID and during COVID with our beef trim production and with our pork production that also produces whole muscle meat to feed the inmate population that go to our units across the state. Also, during 2019, we produced 255,783 cases of vegetables, and in 2023, we're at 244,168 cases were produced. In addition, what I'm excited about, funding has been approved for an updated retort system at our cannery. Once we get that, once implemented, the new system's capable of running double what our production goal of 300,000 right now till about 600,000, which means we will be able to provide that for the inmate population. It not only helps with cost avoidance, but one of the things that it also does is it provides us an opportunity during times such as the supply chain issue, where we ran into numerous vendors that struggled getting us canned goods. We'll have that we produce in our own warehouses to be able to provide for our population. Next one, please. Crops and equipment has two notable areas that have not returned to pre-pandemic levels, due largely to drought conditions Texas experienced following COVID, and even more recently, the flooding this year. For the first time ever that anybody knows about, we had the levee behind the Ellis unit breach a little bit. Talked to Ms. Fordyce about that and lost 1,000 acres of cotton there. That's where we received 37 inches of rain in 30 days. So continuing to pray, continuing to watch the weather, but sometimes you're at the cost of Mother Nature. So during 2019, almost 3 million pounds of cotton lint was produced, and during 2023, 1.1 million pounds was grown and harvested. 7.8 million pounds of fresh produce was harvested in 2019, and just short of 4 million pounds was produced in 2023. As the Field Crops Division, 6,000 bales of cotton is what we try to produce annually. That's what we need to run our cotton lint to build our inmate whites and our clothing for our inmate population. We've been able to do that not only with what we can grow, but we also have some lease operations out in West Texas that help pad that. And so far, we've been able to provide those production goals. We normally plant about 6,000 acres of cotton, about 13,000 acres of corn, and about 5,000 acres of milo. One of the more prominent areas of production has been constricted to egg production, largely due to reduced poultry capacity. During 2019, Agribusiness Land and Minerals managed over 232,000 chickens and collected over 4 million eggs. During 23, we managed over 210 chickens, collect about 3.3 million eggs. To bolster that egg production, we're very excited that we have been approved. Y'all have approved and blessed us with 2 new chicken houses. That's going to be coming online. Ron talked about them a little bit earlier, but our production goal is 1.5 eggs per inmate, which should run us somewhere relatively around 186,000 eggs daily. Right now we're running about 130 to 131,000 eggs. We're not at 1.5. We try to stay close to 1 egg per offender as much that we can. With the 2 new chicken houses, they have a capacity of 50 to 60,000 birds that we can put in those chicken houses, which will enhance that and get us way over our production goal for feeding poultry. Livestock next. Livestock manages almost 13,000 head of cattle. Of those 13,000 head of cattle, on average, 8,000 of those are female reproductions that we utilize to have calves with. We're at the same, relatively at the same number in 2019, 13,000 total cattle, and that includes 2,000 head of heifers at heifer development and bulls at the Ferguson unit, but overall the 8,000 reproductive cattle is about the same as it was in 2019. Calf production in 2019 was slightly higher than what we have now. However, since that time, we've focused more on quality as opposed to quantity, and we've made $2 million more improvements than we have from 2019 to 2023. So we're working on the improvements in the stock of cattle rather than just breeding cattle and trying to get as many calves that you can get, and that has paid off financially. Went from $2 million to $8.9 million from 2019 to 2023, and anybody that is in the beef cattle market right now knows that cattle prices are astronomical at this point. So one of our focuses, working with Mr. Fordyce and briefing with him, is we're focusing on increasing our herd, better breeding, better body condition scores, and continuing to get that herd numbers up so later on we can continue to raise more cattle. Additionally, the number of sows and piglets has increased from 2019. Approximately 2,500 sows and just over 28,000 babies were produced in 2023. When over 2,700 sows and almost 35,000 pigs were produced. Equine operations, our horse operations that we talked about earlier, production numbers have remained the same with 123 brood mares. We've had 93 foals born in 2023, and in 2019 we had 85 foals born. Moving to the L of MAL, that'll be the logistics session. Transportation and Supply Department maintains 9 fleet and freight transportation operations in 8 warehouses. This department is responsible for procuring, maintaining, monitoring all TBCJ vehicles, related equipment, maintaining appropriate inventory levels in warehouses to meet the agency's demands for agency goods and needs, and transporting those provisions to units throughout the state. During FY 2024, the Fleet and Freight Transportation Division delivered 26,306 loads to units, departments, and other facilities throughout the state. While the number is reduced from the 29,000 plus loads delivered in 2019, the reduction can be attributed to factors including unit closures, inmate population decrease from that time as we're building up. So our physical years from 2019 to 2024, the number of vehicles in our fleet grew 250 vehicles for a total fleet of 2,508. While the size of the fleet grew, the number of vehicle and equipment repairs went down based on the introduction of the newer vehicles and the funding for those vehicles. And the repairs that we do at Michaels and Huntsville went down considerably. Next slide. One thing I did not mention are our heavy haul trucks. We talk about logistically moving our freight from our warehouses around. We have 171 tractor trailer trucks that are moving among 8 warehouses throughout the state and continuing to maintain inventory and get food and items to the units so they can make sure that they have those in necessities and to be able to eat. Warehousing and supply is responsible for maintaining that inventory in our warehouses, the distribution of those necessity items and those other goods
During '24, 169 million worth of goods were distributed to TDCJ facilities, as in comparison with 2019, it was 140 million. The increase is attributed to the rising cost of goods because they go up yearly due to inflation. The warehouse has flipped their inventory, meaning when I say flipped, reordered, went through those inventory items 7.3 times in 2024, and it was 6.1 times in 2019. As we spoke earlier, even with the supply chain delays, the workforce shortages that we struggle with sometimes, the line item fill rate on them ordering stuff and us not having it in stock, or the percentage of orders shipped from available stock, that have not resulted in any back orders. We don't have a unit requesting something from us to have without and being behind on those back orders. Next slide, please. Texas TCIs, we refer to it, Texas Correctional Industries. We manufacture products for sale for a for-profit basis to government entities, public schools, public and private institutions of higher education, or public hospitals. TCI's statutory objectives are to provide marketable job skills and training to help reduce the recidivism and reduce department costs by providing the much-needed services to TDCJ. TCI is comprised of 5 divisions within the department. The furniture division, which consists of 4 facilities manufacturing wood and modular furniture and chairs. The garment division, which consists of 14 facilities producing inmate clothing and other necessity items, officer uniforms, shoes, mattresses. The graphics division, which consists of 7 facilities manufacturing license plates, signs, and plastics, printed materials, and soaps. Marketing and distribution division, which oversees 2 distribution centers, one of which is in Austin, one of which is in Huntsville. Those are our 2 showrooms. And lastly, the metal division, which consists of 6 facilities providing bus restoration, fencing installation, and producing steel products, dump truck beds, and metal items. TCI provides all the inmate clothing, including pants, shirts, shorts, socks, and shoes. During the pandemic, factories, especially garment factories, transitioned to producing PPE items because everything was shut down to meet the needs of the agency, employees, and inmates as they combated COVID-19. However, as we began to emerge from the lockdowns, facilities began producing their designated items again. However, we struggled at that time, as everybody did, by the limited availability of raw materials due to supply chain shortages impacting manufacturers globally. We have witnessed many of the raw material issues resolved in the present days and resumed production at near pandemic levels for many items. We increased our inmate shirts from 393,019 to 428, and clothing actually operates the need and the orders based on the inmate population. So as the inmate population grows, so will the request and needs for those inmate clothing items over the time span. Graphics depict an accurate timeline of the impacts of the COVID pandemic, starting with the drop in production in 2020, when much of the nation was shut down, followed by several years of uncertainty obtaining raw materials as reduced work. Due to incarcerated population decrease and the inability to access parts for equipment repairs, finally, to our current situation where the supply chain has stabilized finally, we still have adjusted our work processes, our vendors that we order from, trying to focus on making sure that we can get the raw materials that we need. Not all production numbers have recuperated due to several factors, including the modernization of equipment that is in the LAR and the request to change that. However, we continue to adjust our work schedules and production schedules when needed, and look for alternative sources to obtain raw materials when necessary to get the job done. Some products like sheets, shower towels have remained at or near on 2019. However, products such as yarn have not returned consistently, while cloth produced has exceeded levels in recent history. We continue to monitor that, continue to watch that continue to have a projection of meeting our production goals towards the end of the year and feel confident we're headed in the right direction. TCI remains vigilant and continues to seek and be awarded funding to replace outdated equipment, as Mr. Stefford talked a little bit in the last board meeting, to improve efficiency, modernization, and ensure assigned inmate workers are being trained on machinery that when they leave here they'll have in the world, that they can receive that comparable to what they'll be using in the workplace upon release. As we talked a while ago, the factors previously discussed, it did have some impacts on production following the pandemic. TCI has maintained revenue from sales. Total retail sales in 2019 averaged $73,755,000. 2023, we're at $84,276.37. So our sales, 69% of our sales coming from outside agencies and departments. By comparison, in FY23, if you look at the list, TCI generated approximately 84.3 in total retail sales, with 71% coming from outside agency.
I think you may have said 84,000, but obviously it's 84 million.
Is that
on
right?
the 2023 sales.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Mr. Steffel about fell out.
Sir?
I think Ron fell out of his chair.
I'm hoping he's gonna give us some more. I'm sorry. If you go to next slide, please. Last section is on programs, certifications, and we've really been working on this within the last 3 years. My former boss, Billy Hirsch, and Mr. Collier and myself in agriculture and us have worked on making sure we provide probably the majority of the jobs within the agency, and making sure that we're utilizing the training that we're already doing. We're already working them in production. We're already putting stuff in place, but what kind of certification are we giving these guys so they'll have it? So almost 3,000 on-the-job and job skills training certificates are awarded. 100 apprenticeships completed, and 500 forklift operator certifications earned. When we talk about those job skills training, we also talk about those soft skills training. All of our employees out there that are working, it's important for them not only to try to teach somebody how to work on a tractor, but it's important to teach them, hey, you got to get up in the morning, we got to make sure that you turn out for work, that we're going to get you where you need to be. The responsibilities, and that's what we're looking at when we talk about those trainings. The training certificate, it's not always obvious to outsiders, but our primary objective is to build up our people, our employees, and our staff by promoting the competency and therefore confidence in workers assigned to our facilities. Our production is based on a lot of time our inmate workforce, and it's important that we're priding ourselves on teaching them the skills they need to obtain so they can get sustainable and meaningful employment at their release, so they may provide for themselves and their family. During FY24, almost 3,000 inmates earned on-the-job training, OJT, and job skills training, JST certification, attesting to their competency in the skills required of their job assignment. Through collaborations with Windham School District and post-secondary institutions, just under 100 inmates completed an apprenticeship through the Department of Labor, and additional 20 inmates completed national certifications such as Automotive Service Excellent, American Welding Society. Almost 500 individuals completed a forklift operator safety training, earning a forklift operator certification. As we talked a little bit yesterday, in the upcoming year, we have a Coastal Bend College will be coming. We're going to work together with them on a pilot program for all of our inmates that are out in agriculture, so we can give them an occupational skill award for each area that they work in, and it will be co-signed by Coastal Bend College. The inmates supervisor will be basically the instructor for them, and regardless of where they work, whether it be swine, poultry, beef, cattle, they will be considered a farm worker specialist, a quality assurance technician, machinist, ranch hand. We'll be able to provide those guys and gals with a certificate when they go out. We're also working with Texas A&M about trying to figure out a process that we can work to get some of our offenders to be a vet tech certificate. But we're constantly understanding the importance of fostering, allowing inmates to network with potential employers and enhance their skilled craft through the industry association and standards. During 2023, we hosted our first ever in-person Braille conference for women assigned to the Beelman Braille Center. The picture depicted is of ambassadors. Next, please, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ambassador Sia addressing the conference attendees as a keynote speaker. The conference included industry professionals, organizations contracting with Braille transcribers, release transcribers, and was so successful it has become an annual event. During the second conference, incarcerated transcribers collaborated with industry professionals to present technical workshops, breakout sections, boasting their public speaking skills. In addition to the conference, Beelman Braille Center has 4 incarcerated transcribers that serve on the National Braille Association committees for foreign language, textbook formatting, Nemeth Math, and Prison Braille, where they work with leaders in the Braille community to provide technical guidance, create best practices, and promote education in Braille transcription. In addition to the certification I talked about and the expansion, MAL's devoted resources to the Office of Post-Release Employment Coordination. We have an employee is responsible for coordinating with the Reentry and Integration Division, Windham School District, to facilitate employer outreach events in which employers gain firsthand knowledge of the skills that are acquired during incarceration, including skills demonstrations, career expos, tours of the MAL facilities. The PRIAs is what we call it, the post-release employment. Also assists in releasing inmates that have worked for MAL with employment documentation such as prep work as they're getting ready to get out, to call that actual employer. We will sit down with them and create those virtual interviews. We'll take them out of that white clothing, put them in a set of clothing, put them in front of a camera, and they'll do a job interview just like pretty much anywhere else, to provide them with the ability, provide their work histories. We submit paper and online applications, also coordinated interesting employees in person or virtual pre-release interviews. We talk to those vendors or those employees and they ask about them, and we invite them into our factories. Hey, if you want to know what he or she can do, hey, we'll meet you. Come on in and we'll set them up. Not only can you have that, but it opens that door for them to do that. The work skills training enables individuals to be successful, and that success is addictive. As small successes, we continue to pay the way. With our hands-on training, experience, and sense of accomplishment provided to individuals working with our facilities impacts their future. Our most recent data compiled by TBCJ Executive Services for the manufacturing and agribusiness logistics depicts that individuals that were released in FY20 who worked for more than 3 years in MAL had a recidivism rate of 6.28. Our staff continue to work diligently to ensure we provide the individuals entrusted our care, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak about MAL. I truly enjoyed it. I'd be remiss if I didn't stop for a second and say that the 1,000 employees that we have in the MAL division is the reason that we're successful each and every day. Our people are out there driving trucks. They're in 107-degree heat, working cattle. They're in warehouses, and they do all of that teaching, investing, not only giving the agency what we need to make it as a support division, but investing in our inmate population. That also provides us production, and there's no way. I'm so thankful for all of them that make me look way better than I should right now. So.
Well, Mr. Lewis, we really appreciate your presentation, and we appreciate the efforts of all of the hardworking personnel within the MAL division. And I don't want to hide that, get that headline hidden, so let me make sure I heard you right. So for those members of the population who have held jobs within MAL, I think you said it, The recidivism rate among that segment of our population is
0.28.
6.28%?
Yes, sir. From executive services. Now, what that is if they have worked, hold on, boss man. If they have worked for 3 years in Mao.
All right.
We track those for 3 years. We call it a war report, work
Okay.
against recidivism.
All right, so if we can get them
And then
working,
within-
yeah, if we can get them working, I don't mean to interrupt you, but if we
Yes,
can
sir.
get them working 3 years or more in one of those jobs that is sponsored through MAL, then we're going to be looking forward to a situation where only 6.28% of those individuals are going to be rebounding back into our system. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's
Yes,
all I wanted to hear. Very
Yes,
good.
sir.
Well, I really appreciate your efforts. Any other, I think, Judge, you have a.
Yeah, just one quick thing. So with all of our manufacturing, planting, breeding, we are saving millions of dollars, and I think you shared that with us yesterday. What are we saving yearly? I think you said 60 million.
Around 60 million. It averages from 56 to 60 million, and that goes with, most of that is going to be our feeding.
Yes.
What we're growing as opposed to our cannery, our beef production, and our pork production. It also goes into our processing of cotton for uniforms. We market what we do against a fair market value. So we go to the USDA and say, hey, if I had to buy 400 million eggs, what would you charge me? And then whatever's on state contract as well. And then we meet that price for what we can actually make it. So, yes, ma'am, it's
So
going
it's
to be at
worth
that
it
60
to
million
keep you
number.
and your team on board, right?
Ma'am?
It's valuable. You're valuable to us. You
I'm
and your
thinking,
team.
yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I think so.
You got a job for life, okay?
That's right. Well, I appreciate it. I don't want to go nowhere.
That's
but-
right.
Ms. Zeiker.
So to me, it sounds like we need to get everyone working in MAL and keep you and your team in your roles. That's what I got from this presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take all the inmates you can give me in Mile, and we'll figure something out.
For 3 years or more,
We're being
though.
super involved in the investment. Now, when you talk about that statistic, we track them 3 years out to see if they've reoffended, if they went back, where they're at, and that's that number that we come up with. I just believe that not only our programs are very, very important, but work is a major part of what helps in reentry, especially once you get out, to invest in that guy or girl to have something to do. So, yes, ma'am, I'll take them.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ambassador?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you very much, Mr. Lewis, for the great presentation. Yesterday, I think all of us appreciate the tour, and I personally learned a lot just by spending a few hours with you. And I like to spend more time with you so that I can learn more. But you mentioned the Braille conference, and I did not recognize my picture.
It was up there,
Yeah,
bro.
I saw Judge
It was
Francis.
from the back, though.
That's right, because I didn't know that my back looks better than my front.
That's right.
All right.
Thank you for that conference, and I am honored to be part of it. And I think I said that before. That's one of the most memorable conferences that I attended. Thank you.
If I could add one more thing, last thing I'd like to do is tell Mr. Fordyce how much I appreciate him. He was our previous ag director, and we all followed him, but he was one of the first movers and shakers in agriculture. And since he's been part of the Ag Advisory, since he's been part of the board, he provides so much knowledge and strength, and I call him all the time, probably too much sometimes, but I just want to thank him for having somebody to go to and supporting us and helping me stay on track. So thank you, Mr. Fordyce. I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
Excellent. All right, so Mr. Lewis, I understand you have one more item for us, the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transaction request to renew a natural gas pipeline easement, Ramsey Unit, Brazoria County, Rocheron, Texas. Before you begin, I would like to make note, as everyone knows, I don't ordinarily vote unless it is to break a tie. However, my firm represents various Chevron entities, therefore, I will not be taking any action today on the request to renew a natural gas pipeline easement, Ramsey Unit, Brazoria County, Rocheron, Texas. I understand that Ms. Zeiker will also be abstaining from any vote on this matter. With that, Mr. Lewis, you may continue.
Mr. Chairman, as we discussed during the Business Financial Operations Committee, I have one item on the agenda. Phillips 66 Pipeline requests to renew an expiring pipeline easement at the Ramsey Unit for one 18-inch pipeline. The easement includes an area of approximately 21.56 acres, 31,300 feet long at 1,896.9 rods by 30 feet wide to transport natural gas liquids. As was shown on the screen earlier by the red marker that's on the map, the requested acreage is located in the east or west portion of the property. Phillips 66 Pipeline has agreed to pay $1,517,592 for the renewal of this easement for a 10-year term. Its width is 18 and it has 2 valve sites, no temporary workspace. It will be included in this renewal. I would also like to point out this easement does include language requiring indemnification as a grantor's responsibility, the most favored nation clause, and compensation was negotiated at current geographical appraisal values. We recommend the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for a permanent right-of-way easement to Phillips 66. I stand available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any further questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman, I move that the text. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
First. Chairman Nichols, members of the board, I wish to abstain from voting on Ramsey Unit land transaction involving Phillips 66 Pipeline as they're donors of my workplace.
All right. With that, do I have a motion?
Yes, you do, Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to renew a natural gas pipeline easement at the Ramsey Unit in Brazoria County, Rocheron, Texas, as presented.
All right, I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. I've got a second from General Welch. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Let the record reflect that Ms. Zeiker and I abstained from voting on the request to renew a natural gas pipeline easement, Ramsey Unit, Brazoria County, Rocheron, Texas. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. The last item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division construction project request to install HVAC, inmate housing, design only, McConnell Unit, B County, Beeville, Texas. Facilities Director, Mr. Ron Hudson, please proceed.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members. You know, one thing that I forgot to mention this morning when we were talking about the HVAC projects is now that by the end of the month, 1st of November, we're actually going to have a vendor show on November 6th at 10 a.m. at the Prison Museum in Huntsville, and we'll be putting that out in partnership with our Contract and Procurement Division. We've already put it out on social media. We've already sent out mail-outs to vendors, potential vendors, so they can come and they can actually look at all of our design work that we've done over the last year, because as these start hitting the streets, it will give them an opportunity to come in to that day and look at all of our designs of all of our projects that we got coming up. So one thing I did forget to mention this morning that we're very happy about, and partner with the Contract and Procurement on that vendor show that day on November 6th at 10 a.m. at the Prison Museum. So,
Mr. Hudson, one thing I forgot to ask you earlier this morning, under your special projects, I don't think anybody on the Bartlett tour yesterday could miss your excitement at being able to design the plumbing for the new industrial washing machines. Do you have a plan for that you'd like to share with us?
not today, ma'am.
But you are happy. You are happy.
I got a smile on my face, yes,
You
ma'am.
have one today.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr.
All
Hudson, for not taking that bait.
Yes. With a smile on my face, sir.
All right. Are there any? Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Yes, sir. In your agenda packet, you will see the job scope of a new project to install HVAC inmate housing design only at the McConnell unit located in Beeville, Texas. At the Business and Finance Committee meeting, I briefed this new project and am now asking for board's approval for a total program cost of $2,422,700. I will pause for any questions you may have.
Any additional questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to install HVAC inmate housing design only at the McCollum Unit, B County, Beeville, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. Is there a second? Second. I've got a motion from Mr. Fordyce. I've got a second from Ms. Zeiker. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all of you for coming here today and those of you watching online for watching us, and remind you the next meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice will be Friday, December 13th, 2024 in Huntsville. There being no further business, the 237th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now adjourned. It is 1:53 p.m. In 5 minutes, we'll pick up the Windham School District Board of Trustees meeting. Good afternoon to all in attendance in person as well as to those attending virtually. The 344th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the Board of Trustees present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, General Bill Welch, Sidney Zeiker, and Tom Fordyce. A quorum is present, and the 344th meeting of the board is declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 2 p.m. I now ask Windham School District Trustee Pastor Nate Sprinkle to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. Would y'all pray with me? Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. We just thank you for this day. We recognize that all good and perfect gifts come from you. All the blessings we have come from you, and we just come with thankful hearts today. We thank you for life, for family, for our state, for our nation. And Lord, we are thankful for the Windham School District and all the staff members and those that serve in that organization. As we open this school board meeting, we're grateful for each one of the staff, the teachers, the instructors, the administration of the Windham School District, for all the hours and days, for the semesters and years that they've put in with such passion and expertise. Lord, we thank you. We know that the Windham School District's work is to improve minds and lives of those in incarceration. And we know that this is your desire, Father, that you command us to not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of our minds so that we can know what your will is, what is good, acceptable, and perfect. And we just thank you that the people of Windham School District work to this effect in the lives of those incarcerated. So, Father, as we have this meeting today, we just ask for your wisdom for any decisions before us, and we celebrate the things that you're doing through Windham. And we pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. As a courtesy to guests and speakers in the meeting, we ask that you please set your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. We appreciate the attendance of everyone at this meeting, including any and all public officials and members of their staff attending in person or online with us here today. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. So our first item on our trustees, Board of Trustees agenda today are recognitions. So I understand that our Windham School District Superintendent, Christina Hartman, has a recognition to make. So Ms. Hartman, please proceed.
Yes, today I'm pleased to recognize Kevin Sonic, our new division director. Gosh, Kevin, I'm sorry, I almost demoted you again. Our new Division Director of Instruction, Kevin Sonic, so please come forward. I'm pleased to recognize you today, Kevin, on your promotion to Division Director of Instruction. Kevin brings 19 years of experience to education and corrections. Mr. Sonic earned a Bachelor of Science in Sociology from Central Michigan University and achieved his Master of Science in Criminal Justice Administration the following year from Ferris State University. Your career began in 2005 with the Florida Department of Corrections, where you started as an adult education teacher for youthful learners, serving students aged 14 to 19. Over the years, Kevin advanced through roles such as special education teacher, placement and transition specialist, education supervisor, and regional program administrator. Joining Windham School District in May of 2019 as a principal at our Travis campus in Austin and Halbert campus, Mr. Sonic was later selected as the regional principal for the Alamo Star region. Since 2020, he's served as a Department Director of Instruction, overseeing departments including apprenticeship and on-the-job training, career and technical education, and college and career readiness. Until 2023, when we reorganized and figured that Mr. Sonic had way too much on his plate, so he has had a new colleague in that role. But prior to that, he also led assessment, advisement, and records, library services, professional development, and special education and federal programs. Mr. Sonic, we know that you're committed to supporting educators, staff, students, and communities, advocating for clear, measurable expectations, and seeking feedback to ensure decisions are in the best interest of our students and staff. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Kevin Sonic on his promotion to Windham's Division Director of Instruction.
Mr. Sonic, congratulations on this promotion. We've been obviously following your career for a while now, and we're looking forward to great things from you in your new role. Would you like to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Nichols, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. This is a great honor to be selected as a Division Director of Instruction with Windham School District. I look forward to working with the great staff and leaders within Windham School District, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and other state agencies to ensure that we continue to provide quality educational pathways and increased employment outcomes for our students. I would also like to thank and recognize my wife, Doris, who is in the audience, for her support.
We have her stand up, please. Have her stand up.
For her support and permission that allowed us to move to Texas from Florida in 2019. Without her support and keeping me in line every day, I would not be able to stand before you this afternoon. Windham is a great team and organization to work with a very important mission. I had a great opportunity with some of our Windham staff, who will be recognized a little bit later, to tour the George Bush Museum. And when I was there, I was able to locate a quote that I think captures the essence of who I am and captures the essence of who the people who work with Windham School District are. And I'd like to share that quote with you all. Be bold in your caring, be bold in your dreaming, and above all, always do your best. So once again, thank you, Chairman, thank you, board members, and thank you, Superintendent Hartman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next agenda topic covers consent items. Are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items that have been put before the board? If not, hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is an overview on career clusters from Ms. Hartman, our superintendent. If you're ready, Ms. Hartman, you may begin.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a continuation from the conversation we had during the last board meeting, where we started to talk about career clusters, and I said, well, hold on, let's just do a presentation next time so we'll have a little more information. So as you know, Windham's career and technical education courses are designed to equip our students with the necessary skills to come back into our communities in high demand, high interest, high wage jobs. So there are a total of 14 career clusters that are recognized by the Texas Education Agency, and of those, we provide services in 10 career clusters. The others are related to law enforcement, related to teaching and things of that nature, where there may be barriers for students upon reentry. So you'll see on the screen here a variety of career clusters that are offered, and I'll speak just briefly on each one of them. Of course, the purpose is to give a range of career options, to identify courses that align, that may be able to upskill and reskill within clusters, and to make sure that we're not bouncing around in these different areas and that we're really aligning our education towards a goal. Okay, and there are actually over 40 Career Tech Ed courses offered within the district, and as I mentioned, we sampled 10 of the 14 career clusters. The first being agriculture, food, and natural resources. So we heard a great MAL presentation recently, and this is kind of a good lead-in to some of these trades. You think of things such as horticulture, urban farming, And all of the career clusters and all of the courses that are offered through Windham have an industry-based certification tied to them, meaning that the community recognizes this credential, that employers recognize the credential. Many of them are nationally recognized as well. The next career cluster is architecture and construction, and these are many of our trades. I'll say the majority of our trades are in this career cluster, so think electrical, construction, HVAC, and certifications such as the NCCER, National Center for Construction Education and Research. That is the credential that we produce or that our students earn the most within the district. Then we have arts, audio, visual, and technology and communication. There is an intro to graphic design course, and we're going to begin working with our college partners on identifying a college that can offer a social media and content production track, an associate's degree. We found that both in the United States and in other countries, this is something that's up and coming. It's something that you can do from home, and many people are now advertising on social media. It's how we connect. So this will be something that's very good for our students. Next, we have the business, marketing, and finance career cluster. We have 2 new entrepreneurship courses, one for men and one for women. These courses actually require online access for the industry-based certification. So we have online access at both of these campuses. And again, there we're looking at potential business owners. So taking some of the skills that they've learned throughout the career clusters and then applying them as a business owner. Hospitality and tourism is our next one. Culinary arts, and we'll hear from a culinary arts expert shortly here. We know that the culinary field is booming in Texas, in this area, in Austin, all over the place, and it's our favorite program to visit, isn't it? Because they always have something prepared for us. Then we have human services, and this is another great one. They're all fantastic, but I particularly enjoy going to the cosmetology program at O'Daniel, where they always insist on fixing my hair, taking care of my eyebrows, and it gives them some real-world practice. But these ladies and men that are engaged in these programs are permitted through the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. We screen them before they're enrolled in the course, so we know that these individuals will be eligible for licensure as soon as they walk out of the door. Then we have information technology, and with some of the conversations that we have had, you all are aware that we're looking for, and we've applied for a grant to expand technology and connectivity within the education departments in the prisons. And this is one that's been a bit difficult for us because in order to be in the IT cluster, you really do need the whitelisted online access. So at this point, we're simulating the activities that they'll do. But we're certainly looking forward to what's to come. And the telecommunications connectivity course, where they're installing fiber, and as you know, as we go across the state and look at bandwidth and fiber in rural areas, there's a great employment outlook for our students in these career fields. Then manufacturing, that's where you find our welding, our CNC, or computer numerical control machining, and a variety of industry certifications. You all know that welding is an in-demand field. In fact, if one of these fields listed was not in demand, we would actually replace it with another one. So we're always keeping a close eye on these career clusters and the employment outlook in Texas. On to transportation, distribution, and logistics. That's where we have our truck driving programs. This is one of the programs where students can become licensed while they are within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. So you know that we have CDL drivers. They go through a course with Windham or a college, and then out on the road they go with TBCJ, providing great services across the state, and then multiple employers wanting these folks to come and work with them. So this is a great career field for students. And then finally, I'm going to discuss a couple of upcoming courses. I mentioned that we're always looking to see what's up and coming, where the employment outlook is. So you all, some of you toured Bartlett, and you probably heard about some of these programs. One of them is renewable energy, looking at wind and solar. The line worker program, so you see the people up there after storms going up high on the poles, which is not something that I'm interested in, but I'm glad that other people are. Great employment outlook, that will be coming to us. Marine technician, so the workforce is beginning to retire for people that are repairing boats and designing them. So a lot of fun things coming this way for our students with a great career outlook. Okay, and then finally, it's always going to be our role to expand career opportunities and career options for our students. So if you all have any creative ideas in the future, I see you not trying to make eye contact over there. If you have any creative ideas in the future, we always welcome your feedback. When you're driving around seeing labor shortages, let us know what it is, and we may be able to help with our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hartman. A very good report, and just shows the breadth of the CTE programs and vocational programs that we're providing, as well as the responsiveness of the organization to the ever-changing needs of the workforce in Texas and beyond. So we very much appreciate that. Any other comments or questions for Ms. Hartman? If not, we are getting to our next agenda item, which is the chairman's report. And this is a very, I'm looking forward to this report, and I very much appreciate, before I get started, our honorees for hanging in there as long as they have. So hopefully we'll make it worth your while, worth your wait. As we as a Board of Trustees come together to celebrate the outstanding achievements within the Windham School District, it is with great pride that we introduce and recognize the district's 2024-2025 Staff of the Year, Teachers of the Year, and the Dr. Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award recipient. These exceptional individuals we are honoring today have gone above and beyond in their commitment to education, demonstrating vigorous dedication, innovation, and impact in their roles. And we hope that you will join us in helping to recognize and honor these remarkable contributions as you learn more about each of these distinguished educators. So first up is Ms. Kimberly Hodges. Ms. Hodges, if you would join us at the podium. We had a chance to visit several hours ago, and appreciate you being back with us here today. Ms. Hodges, you are being correctly and rightly recognized as the 2024-2025 Support Staff of the Year honoree within the Windham School District. You are being properly honored for your outstanding work as the Regional Administrative Assistant for the North Texas and Bluebonnet regions. Now, we understand, Ms. Hodges, that you grew up in the small town of Ladonia, Texas, located about 100 miles east of Dallas, with a population of about 600, give or take. A 1990 high school graduate, you began your career at the age of 19 and have remained deeply involved in your community ever since. For example, for the last 15 years, we understand you have served on the board of directors for the Ladonia Rodeo. Now, in 2000, you joined the Texas Department of Criminal Justice at the Buster Cole State Jail, where you worked in the records department. Soon after, a Windham School District principal recruited you to become a testing clerk in the education department at the Buster Cole campus. This proved to be a rewarding career decision, leading to your transition to the role of administrative assistant at the Choice Moore campus years later. You continued in this role until you were promoted to the position of Regional Administrative Assistant in August of 2021. We understand that you now live in the small community of Tigertown in Sumner, Texas, where you raised your daughter, Rainey, who is a graduate of Honey Grove High School and Tarleton State University. We are told and fully believe that Rainey, now 23 years old, is the light of your life. We understand that in July 2023, you took on the challenge of assisting Windham transition into providing educational programs in a number of new facilities. We understand from others that your work in education and corrections has been deeply rewarding, teaching you many valuable lessons about the human experience. Most importantly, that everyone deserves the opportunity of a second chance, and that our mistakes and our lowest moments in our lives do not define us. We understand that you are proud to be part of a program that offers direction, hope, and the opportunity for a fresh start. The district is thankful to have you, Ms. Hodges, as a valued member of the team, and this board appreciates your efforts very, very much. Please join us in congratulating Ms. Hodges on receiving the honor of being named Windham's 2024-2025 Support Staff of the Year recipient. Now, Ms. Hodges, would you care to share a few words with us?
Thank you very much. I am truly honored to have received Support Staff of the Year recognition. It has been an incredible 24 years with Windham School District, and I can honestly say that I love what I do. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to travel across Texas, supporting our campuses and working alongside with such dedicated and passionate colleagues. Thank you for your continued trust and support and for allowing me to be a part of such an amazing team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we welcome Ms. Maricela Ayala to the podium. Ms. Ayala is being recognized as Windham's 2024-2025 Student Advisor of the Year. We understand that you, Ms. Ayala, have been a dedicated professional in the field of education for 20 years. We also understand that you earned an associate's degree from Harper Rainey College in Schaumburg, Illinois, followed by a bachelor's degree in secondary education from Roosevelt University in Chicago. We understand that shortly after graduating, you moved to Texas to start your career as a high school English teacher. We understand that during your time in the public school system, you distinguish yourself not only as an English teacher, but also as a leader. You served as the English department chair and were actively involved in various committees, including the Student Parent Advisory Committee and the Limited English Proficiency Committee, and that you took on additional responsibilities, such as serving as a class sponsor. Now, in August of 2014, you joined the Windham School District, where you have just completed your 10th year. You began your Windham career by teaching the Cognitive Intervention Program, which sparked your interest in counseling. We understand that driven by a passion for supporting students beyond the classroom, you, Ms. Ayala, pursued and earned your Master of Science in Counseling and Guidance from Texas A&M International University in 2019. Ms. Ayala, you currently serve as student advisor at the Dominguez campus, a role you describe as both challenging and deeply rewarding. You credit the success of students at the Dominguez campus to the strong partnership between TBCJ and Windham staff. I believe I can quote you as having said, quote, "Without the support of our Dominguez staff, our efforts to help rehabilitate our students would be much more difficult." Fabian Dale Dominguez State Jail represents a true team effort between TDCJ and Windham School District. Ms. Ayala, we know that your philosophy is rooted also in the belief that the past does not define who we are, but helps us understand who we can become. You believe that understanding your students as human beings is the key to their success. Your goal is to help students see education as the first step and a vital key to their lifelong success. And we understand that in carrying out this goal, that you remain consistent, approachable, and an active listener. The Windham School District and this Board of Trustees are extremely grateful to have such a strong role model working with our students each day to ensure they have all possible opportunities for success moving forward. It is because of your dedication to your work, Ms. Ayala, that you are being recognized as the district's 2024-2025 Student Advisor of the Year. So please join us in congratulating Ms. Ayala on this tremendous honor.
Thank you.
Now, would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, thank you. It's not easy being up here, but I do want to thank every single one of you. Thank Windham for the opportunity, and also there's two people that I'd like to thank because I don't stand alone here. My principal, Mr. Wetzler, and my regional principal, Ms. Olivares. This has been such a pleasure. I am truly blessed to be working for a school district that should not only educate students, but they also provide hope, the hope of becoming more than what they usually thought they would be. A lot of these students have, just a horrendous childhood, and they have gone through the wrong path, and they have been misleaded. We can put them back on track, and that is by providing the education that they deserve, and giving them that opportunity to know and to redefine themselves as adults, to know that they can make a difference not only in their own lives, but also in the lives of their children, and to be able to break that generational incarceration and be able to be the role model that they should always be. So thank you for the opportunity for being that role in their lives.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Appreciate you. Next, we recognize Mr. Jason Evans, Windham's 2024-2025 Principal of the Year. We understand that you, Mr. Evans, bring over 20 years of experience in education, having served in various leadership roles. You promoted to Central Texas Regional Principal for the Windham School District shortly after being selected as the 2024-2025 Principal of the Year. So you're promoted into that new role. But prior to that current role, you served as a principal at the Luther, Pack, and Wynn campuses. Your background in education includes serving as the girls' athletic director at Centerville Independent School District and as head volleyball coach. You have also served as a regional director, committee chair, and head volleyball coach for Leon Independent School District, and we understand that part of your legacy there was having led a team from that district to 2 state championships. Recognized for your coaching excellence, you were named Coach of the Year by both the Texas Sports Writers Association and the Texas Girls Coaches Association. And also, before joining Windham, you supported Lee College as an academic advisor. We understand that you, Mr. Evans, earned a Bachelor of Science in I can never say this. One more time. Kinesiology. It's one of those words. With a mathematics minor from Sam Houston State University and none of us are it's never too late for any of us to learn, right? So, but you earned that mathematics minor from Sam Houston State University and a Master of Education in Educational Administration from Lamar University. You also hold multiple educator certifications, including principal, teacher 6 to 12 physical education, and teacher 6 to 12 mathematics. We understand from your peers that you demonstrate exceptional leadership skills and prioritize the growth and success of each campus, focusing on staff and students. We also understand from your peers that you enjoy the forward-thinking and overall mission of the district, and that you serve, and there's the point again, a commitment to servant leadership, your staff and students with pride. We are told that your favorite part about working with Windham is seeing students' lives transform daily through the impact of the district's programs. Now, we also understand that when you're not at work, you enjoy spending time with your family and work in a cattle operation in Leon County. So all of us, please join us as a board in thanking Mr. Evans for his service to the district, as well as congratulating him on this amazing accomplishment of being named Windham's 2024-2025 Principal of the Year. Thank you. So, Mr. Evans, would you like to share a few words with us?
Yes, but I've been warned I've got to keep it short. So, first of all, really, Miss Ayala said it best. She did a great job summing up what we do.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman and Board, Ms. Hartman, thank you for what you do and for your support of us to make our jobs easier. But truly blessed to work for Windham. I've been blessed throughout my career and had some success, but it's because of the people you work for, good leaders. It's people you work with. I feel guilty standing here today without my family from the Wynn campus. I was the principal of the year for Wynn, but I wouldn't be here today without them. And so the teachers, student advisor, the staff there, and we were a team, you know, and it wasn't just about the leader, but you have to have the teammates to follow and put into work. And we enjoyed it. We enjoyed going to work, and it's a blessing to have a job that you get up and you enjoy going to. And I'm humbled today because I also was a good part of a team of the East Texas region before I came to Central Texas, and was blessed with about 10 principals that we worked very closely together, and they could very easily be standing here today. So I'm humbled that I've been chosen for this award, and it's fitting that graduation picture's on the screen because you mentioned transforming lives, and that's the favorite day of the year for me, going to those graduations and seeing the look. And really, we're not just transforming the lives of our students, but their families as well. And that collaboration is awesome, and we want to continue to move forward, and I can't wait to see where our district's headed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we honor Ms. Cheryl Kutzel, also known as Miss K to her students, and she has joined us here at the podium. So Ms. K, as she is known, is being recognized as Windham's 2024-2025 Life Skills Teacher of the Year. We understand, Ms. K, that you have been an educator for 24 years, with the past 8 years spent at Windham School District, where you teach Literacy 1 and 2, Cognitive Intervention Program, CIP, and Changing Habits and Achieving New Goals to Empower Success, the Changes Program, at the Stringfellow campus. Now, we understand, Ms. K, that your journey to education was not necessarily in a straight line. Though you had an early interest in teaching, you initially pursued a career in business, earning your associate's degree in business administration, followed by a bachelor's degree in finance from the University of Houston at Clear Lake. We also understand that after working in the mortgage business for a few years, you stayed at home to care for your growing family, and that when your children reached school age, you had a rekindled interest in rekindled passion for teaching, leading you to earn a teaching certification from the University of St. Thomas. We understand you spent the next 16 years teaching in the same district in which your children attended school, serving as a lead teacher and participating in committees focused on curriculum, anti-bullying efforts, and campus improvement plans. We understand that once your children made their way off to college, you sought a new challenge, and thankfully you found your way to Windham. We understand that you describe Windham, and I'm quoting, as the, quote, best kept secret in Texas, close quote, and you wish you had discovered the district sooner. I know many educators in Windham feel exactly the same way that you do. As a life skills teacher, you are dedicated to helping your students become better versions of themselves every day. We understand your mission is to create a classroom environment where each and every student feels comfortable and valued. You believe that by showing students you are not perfect, admitting you don't know everything, and normalizing mistakes, you foster, just like not being able to pronounce that K word that you're going to teach me. You foster an atmosphere that encourages deeper thinking and authenticity. We understand that your favorite part of teaching is witnessing the transformation in your students' attitudes and thinking during the 4-month cognitive intervention class. You find it inspiring to see your students use their challenges and adversities to build character and develop a deeper understanding of themselves. Ms. K, we understand that your classroom management technique centers on preparation and engagement. You emphasize that as adult learners, your students are responsible for their own education and will get out of the class what they put into it, something we can all learn, I believe. We understand that outside of teaching, you enjoy crafting for your friends and family, serving your church, and traveling. Your dedication to both your students and your community exemplifies your commitment to lifelong learning and to personal growth, characteristics that make you stand out as Windham's 2024-2025 Life Skills Teacher of the Year. On behalf of the board, congratulations, and please join us for congratulating and thanking Ms. Kay for her outstanding service to the district and its students. All right, your turn, Ms. Kay.
All right, well, thank you so very much, Chairman and Board and Ms. Hartman. There was a lot that I was going to say that was already said. I didn't realize all that was going to be read. But I do want to thank one other person. Whenever we were invited to celebrate in this joyous occasion, we were asked if we wanted to bring someone, and my husband was not able to come. So the person that I wanted to bring was my mother, and she's back there. You know, mothers are our greatest cheerleader in life, and she's supported me on every endeavor that I have, that I've sought out, and so I definitely wanted her to share this with me. It's a great honor to accept this award because I've worked at Windham for 8 years now, and I have seen the dedication and all of the wonderful teachers that are all over the great state of Texas. And so to be able to be selected for this is quite an honor. I guess it was just my lucky year because there's so many wonderful teachers. I also wanted to thank Ms. Smith, my principal, and where's Ms. Calhoun? She's somewhere. Okay, and Ms. Calhoun, the regional principal, because in my almost 25 years as an educator, I have not come across working with such wonderful teachers and campus administrators than at Windham. So that's why whenever I found Windham 8 years ago, it was like, oh my gosh, this is the best kept secret in Texas. Why didn't I find this sooner? But I pray every day that the Lord just help me to be an inspiration to my students, to help them be a better person, today than they were yesterday, and tomorrow than what they are today. And it's just an honor to come to work every day, as everyone said. We just love coming to work and helping our students. In CIP, I get to help them collect a toolbox of resources to help them to make better choices in their life. So again, I just want to thank all of y'all for this honor and privilege to work for Windham and come to work every day. And thank you for this honor.
Thank you. You are an inspiration. Thank you very much. All right, next up, the board would like to recognize Mr. Dexter Spalding, who is being recognized and honored as Windham's 2024-2025 Career and Technical Education Teacher of the Year. And I don't know that anyone's going to be confused about what aspect of career and technical education you're involved in, given what you're wearing. But we're very glad to have you here today. And many of us on this board have spent time with you at various units, so we know full well what we're talking about with respect to you today. We understand, Mr. Spalding, that your passion for the culinary arts began at a young age, setting you on a lifelong journey in the food industry. At just 14, you started working at a fast food chain, and by 16, you had transitioned to cooking, fully immersing yourself in the restaurant business through your teenage years. As your skills and experience grew, Mr. Spalding, you entered the world of competition cooking, excelling as a member of barbecue, chili, and chuck wagon teams, and winning numerous competitions across the state. After working for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice as a maintenance crew member, you joined the Windham School District in 2013 as the culinary arts teacher at the Neal campus. And we understand that from that point forward, you embraced the opportunity to launch and lead the culinary arts program, witnessing firsthand the transformative power of culinary education on students, many of whom started with little to no cooking experience. Today, you continue your impactful work as a culinary arts instructor at the Clements campus, where you have inspired countless students. And I know I speak for every member of the board. Whenever we go and meet with culinary arts students at any unit where we have those programs, they are some of the most inspired members of the population. We understand that one of your most memorable moments with the district was overseeing the student-catered events, including the Meckler campus dedication, where students proudly showcased their hard work and culinary skills. Throughout your career, Mr. Spalding, we understand that you have had many highlights beyond your work at Windham. Notably, you have cooked for President George H.W. Bush at the Globe News Center for the Performing Arts. You've preparing meals for the President's Secret Service agents and staff. You have also cooked for Ms. Laura Bush at the Amarillo Power of the Purse Luncheon, where you and your team served 1,000 plates in just 15 minutes. We understand that your teaching style reflects your learning approach as a kinesthetic, I get it right? Learner, understanding that many of your students are also tactile learners. We understand that you are a strong advocate for hands-on learning, and you incorporate something we've heard about a lot today, peer-to-peer instruction. We're hitting that same theme over and over again to enhance student engagement and success. You foster a classroom environment where students are encouraged to experiment with new recipes, to challenge cultural norms, and to explore cuisines they have never tried before. We understand that for you, Mr. Spalding, and it's clear to those of us who spent time with you, that teaching culinary arts has been one of the most rewarding endeavors of your career, surpassing monetary rewards or any accolades that we could ever give you. Mr. Spalding, you believe that the success of your students is a direct reflection of the dedication and effort that they put into their craft. Representing CTE educators from across the district is an honor that we understand you recognize the significance of and hold close to your heart, reaffirming your commitment to a career path you would not trade for anything. It is this level of dedication and initiative that have earned Mr. Spalding the title of Windham's 2024-2025 CTE Teacher of the Year. Please stand and join me in congratulating Mr. Spalding.
Sorry, y'all, I'm a crier.
No apologies necessary. We would like to have a few words from you when you're ready.
I'll try. You didn't mention my first job at the fast food place was being dressed up as the DeWiener dog at DeWiener Schnitzel. That's how I started my illustrious cooking career. So, I just need to thank these two people right here, my wife and my principal. They pretty much authored all that you just read with my assistants, but they're the ones that, my wife and my principal, they're the ones that inspire me to keep going, and I do absolutely love my job. And any of y'all that have tasted anything that my students and I have made, hopefully you have enjoyed it, and keep coming back and I'll keep cooking. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. The board's final recognition for today, although we're going to do this a lot in the future for sure, is Miss Bobby Albright, Wyndham's 2024-2025 Academic Teacher of the Year, as well as the Dr. Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award recipient. So, Ms. Albright, as a board, we understand that you are an academic teacher at Wyndham's Wainwright campus, and that you are now celebrating your 30th year in education this very school year. So we very much appreciate and recognize that. We understand that your journey as an educator began at the Nacogdoches Regional Day School Program for the Deaf, where you spent 12 years dedicated to teaching deaf and hard of hearing children. We understand that following this part of your career, you served for 8 years at the Alto Independent School District, teaching resource special education. Now that you are in your 10th year with Windham School District, Ms. Albright, you have become a key figure in fostering a dynamic and supporting learning environment. We understand that you excel in monitoring, guiding, and teaching students across all tested subject areas with a particular emphasis on math skills. Ms. Albright, we understand that you are committed to balancing direct instruction, student-led independent study, group study, and testing while ensuring that learning remains an enjoyable experience for all of your students. Now, in addition to your primary role at Wainwright, you also spent 6 months filling in for a retired teacher at the Estelle campus, teaching again deaf and hard of hearing students. Upon returning to Wainwright, you continue to provide consultation and support to under 22 deaf students. Ms. Albright, you believe in a classroom that is inclusive, collaborative, and engaging. Your approach combines teacher-led instruction, small group study, independent study, and hands-on activities. In your classroom, we understand that it's always a safe place to make mistakes, as students are guided to celebrate victories and to cheer on their peers. Reflecting on your career, I believe I can quote you as sharing, and I'm quoting, "My favorite part of my job is knowing that what I try to do every day is actually making a difference. I am not an expert in any of the subjects that I teach, but I'm willing to give it all that I have. I love helping. I care about my students, their lives, their feelings, and their futures. I want them to be successful, and they know it." Ms. Albright, your dedication and passion for teaching have been well noticed. You have been recognized as Wyndham's 2024-2025 Academic Teacher of the Year, and you are the understandably proud recipient of the Dr. Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award. This prestigious award recognizes the exceptional contributions being made towards the educational journey of students within the district and is the highest honor that Windham teachers can achieve. So please, as a group, join me in congratulating Ms. Albright on this outstanding accomplishment. And we would be pleased if you would share a few words with us.
Oh, gladly. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Hartman, Board, thank you so very much for taking time out of your very busy day. This has been an experience to recognize me and my fellow educators. It means a lot to me for you to do that. Back in 2015, about 9 years ago, I made the transition from public school to Windham and realized pretty quickly that I wished I had done that about 10 years sooner. Windham School District is amazing. We don't just focus on the education. We also focus on the individuals. And I believe that's what makes the greatest difference. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to reiterate what a couple of the others have said. It's a team effort. Thank you for my recognition. I am beyond honored to even be standing before you today. I'm honored just to work for Windham School District because of what they dedicate themselves to and what we stand for. It takes a village, and I'm very appreciative to my village. One of our members, my principal, is back there. Thank you, Mr. Henderson. He's always a cheerleader. He's always behind us in more ways than one. He's always there supporting us. Ms. Pickett didn't make it today. She's our regional principal. She's mama. And she does a wonderful job of taking care of all of us, the entire region. Ms. Hartman, thank you so very much. You're a wonderful leader, and we thank you. Thank you, my husband. Thank you, honey, for showing up.
Thank you for all you do. These awards to these dedicated individuals we've honored today are just examples of the many outstanding professionals, many of whom are in the audience with us today, who we as a board strive to serve. The board extends heartfelt gratitude to each of these dedicated individuals for their invaluable contributions to the Windham School District, which enrich the lives of our students, their families, and our broader Texas communities. Your unwavering commitment to educational excellence and compassionate outreach touches individuals from diverse backgrounds, guiding them on their educational journeys. Your dedication, both within our classrooms and beyond, embodies a great spirit of service and inspires us all as trustees of the Windham School District. Thank you once again for your tireless efforts and profound impact. Let's give a round of applause to all of our Windham personnel. All right, the next item on, that was a great agenda item there, that was fun. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the annual review of Windham Board Policy WBP 11.12, Revision 16, entitled Investment Policy, and resolution adopting the investment policy. Windham School District Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Robert O'Banion, is here with us to present today. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman and members, and I have a fairly brief presentation this morning. I'm presenting the Windham Board Policy 11.12, known as the investment policy. It's behind tab E in your board packet. This presentation is for annual review, which is in accordance with Chapter 2256 of the Texas Government Code, known as the Public Funds Investment Act. I'm reporting that there are no changes to the policy itself. We made some minor adjustments to update the dates, as well as the resolution has the board members were updated to correspond to the current board. So with that, I would ask for your approval of the policy as presented, along with the resolution adopting the investment policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. Are there any questions from any members of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
It is a privilege to make the first and only motion for Windham School today. And also, I am delighted that I don't have to compete to make a second since I'm making this motion. So, I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the annual review of Windham Board Policy 11.12, investment policy, and resolution adopting the investment policy as presented, and that the chairman sign the resolution adopting the policy.
Thank you. I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson, and I have a second from Ambassador Siv. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I again thank all of you for either coming here today in person or watching online. The next meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees will take place on Friday, December 13th, 2024 in Huntsville. There being no further business, the 344th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is now adjourned. It is 2:54 p.m. All right.